Okay, we're all going. Welcome everybody, staff and media. As I said, we're not live, but it'll be recorded and posted, I guess, tonight, Caitlin? Tomorrow morning. Okay. So welcome Kevin Smith. Kevin's asked to speak to full council. So Mr. Smith, you have 5 minutes, please.
Thanks, Mayor Chris, Simon, councillors and staff. This is the first time I've spoken to this group. So my name's Kevin Smith and I run a Facebook group, the Westport Outsiders. What I'd like to talk about today is my experiences with the Lagoima and other interactions with the council over the last year. So first of all, congratulations everyone for getting appointed, getting nominated and through. During the election campaign, we heard several words, and I think the community were probably repeating them: accountability, transparency, trust, and also, dare I say it, change. So when it comes to the Lagoima requests, I've got trust, transparency, and accountability issues. I've done quite a number of them, and I'm aware others have as well, but mine have mainly been related to the port, and some of the answers I got were either late or they felt like I was being deflected. Some of the answers weren't full replies. I spoke to a council meeting in June. This is when the dredge master was away on the Albatross, and I brought that to everyone's attention. I got much the same sort of response. Yeah, the questions didn't prove to be accurate. Well, sorry, the answers to the questions didn't prove to be accurate when we look back. So the particular one I've got a problem with, I'll try and keep this brief because I'll just try and keep it down to the one. But I've been talking about the dredge activity almost all year. The dredge worked in the Buller River in early to mid-January, and it basically was dumping in the Buller River. It sort of raised eyebrows. I followed it up, phoned the West Coast Regional Council to see what the go was, and it petered out. They said, yes, we'll do a complaint. I ended up putting a Lagoima request to them in March, seeing what the story was, and that petered out. So then October the 30th, I thought, well, I'll try another approach. I will ask the BDC for their copy of the correspondence, because it was a correspondence between the two councils. Their compliance manager was talking to our port manager here. So I did that October the 30th, about the time you guys arrived on the scene. But anyway, the point is, hadn't been a thing, not a thing, no acknowledgement, nothing. So I was supposed to have a reply by sometime in November, 27th of November, I think. That never happened. So here we are, mid-December. It's not the reply that's the problem so much, but the fact that we seem to have a process problem. You know, we've got this Lagoima process. It's a legal process. I submit, or the public submit, and we should have an answer, I would have thought. So I just want to bring it to your attention. And, you know, if we are talking about trust, transparency, that's perhaps an item we can look at moving forward, moving into the new year. You know, accountability, what's going on? Why haven't I heard? The question may be a little bit difficult to answer. It's relating to the dredge dumping in the river, as I say, but someone must know the answer. So that's all I'm asking, really, is if we submit a Lagoima, you know, please, can we sort of expect some sort of proper answer and not to be fobbed off? That's the other thing, you know, like the other part of my question really was, some of these answers I've received haven't been satisfactory.
Okay. Kevin, okay. Any questions for Mr. Smith? Councillor Hingston.
Yeah, thanks. Did you get a formal acknowledgement of your Lagoima request?
Not this time. I use a system called FYI, for your information, I think it is. It's a website. And I've used it for a number of agencies, including the BDC, several times. And normally I get an acknowledgement within 3 or 4 days or something like that, basically as soon as they whoever the agency is decides to reply. But this time, no, nothing. Oh, I should add, it's gone to the ombudsman as well.
Okay,
It came up as an option, so that's where it's gone.
thank you. Are there any other questions for Mr. Smith? Okay, thank you. We'll have a discussion later on, and I'll come back to you on the points that you've raised.
Yep. Thanks
Okay.
very much.
Thanks
Thanks for your
very
time, everyone, and I know you've got a long day ahead of you. All the best with it.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Thank you for that. So we'll declare the meeting open at 13:43 hours. First of all, I'd just like you to take your agendas. There's a slight change to the agenda. Item 5.6 is now going to be heard after item 5.9. We'll make that change. That'd be great. Okay, item 1 on the agenda is apologies. There have been no apologies received and no request for leave of absence. Would anybody like to move? Moved by Councillor Hingston, second by Councillor Reynolds. Okay, thank you for that. Okay, item 2.1. Oh, sorry, yep. All those in favour? Those against? Carried unanimously. Okay, agenda item 2.1, members' interests. Do any members have any declaration they would like to make? No. Okay, thank you. So that being the case, with nobody, we'll move that. Would anybody like to move that be accepted? Tony, seconder. Okay, Councillor Barry. All those in favour? Against? Thank you, that's unanimous. Okay, item 3.1 is the confirmation of previous minutes. Okay, the draft recommendation the council receive and confirm the public minutes from the ordinary council meeting 25th of November 2025. Okay, has anybody got any discussion or questions around those minutes? Councillor Webb.
Yeah, I just had a question around the action point. I note that it says staff to come back to councillors around timing of the Punakaiki camping ground and rent review, but also the question I asked was around the asset management plan that was due the 30th of June that had been commissioned and it was underway, that we were going to get a copy, but it's not noted down there. Is that?
I did send an email yesterday with an update to that, which has been added to the action point. So it'll show on the next agenda as part of the minutes.
Yeah, I just wondered why it wasn't noted because we did agree to put questions on the minutes. That was my question.
Okay. Thank you. Are there any other questions? Clarifications? Okay, they're not being then the council received and confirmed the public minutes from ordinary council meeting 25th of November 2025. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Hawes, seconded Councillor Reynolds. All in favour? Right. Those against? Carried unanimously. Thank you. That will help you. Okay, the next item on the agenda, agenda item 5.1, use of reserves contribution to fund policy. It has been prepared by Brent Oldham.
So just that one there. 4.1 is the action points.
Okay, sorry. Okay, 4.1 action points from the last meeting. Council received the action points report for information. Are there any questions? Councillor Webb.
So just following on that, so email, there's no actually update on the action point list in the agenda item, but we did get an email, but it still didn't answer the question that I brought up last time in terms of the asset management plan that was underway earlier in the year. We were told that it was underway, but all the email update talked about was reserve management plans and, like coming in the new year. So my question is, has that asset management plan that was commissioned last year by an independent contractor, has that been complete?
Through the chair, Councillor Webb. Basically, yes, the process hasn't been entirely understood and clear, but there are two parts. We've got a reserve management plan, which is in draft form. There's a couple of things that are required by the LGA in terms of what it must contain, and there were a few items missed. That is now with Water Infrastructure. We are due to have that back this week. That process requires the reserve management plan comes to council as a draft to be adopted, to go out for 2 months of public consultation. That then comes back and is fed into the property asset management plan to form our wider asset management plan. It's a big project, actually.
Go on from that. So under the update March 2025 asset management plan report due for completion 30 June. So you're saying that's the report that is coming back this week?
No, the reserve management plan will come back this week in a format that's fit to go out to public consultation. But first adoption by council, then out to public consultation before final adoption. Any feedback or submissions then feed into the property asset management plan, which is a wider portfolio.
Okay,
so it's a bigger process than anyone understood.
Okay.
Apologies.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Reynolds.
Were any of the reserve contribution funds used for, say, the upgrade of Pinakaki sewage system or Nokanui?
Sorry, I couldn't quite understand the question. So,
could you repeat it, Paul?
Maybe I'm a step ahead, but I'm a step ahead. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Are there any other questions? Okay, thank you. So the draft recommendation motion that council have received the action points report for information. If there's no more discussion on that, although do I have a mover? Councillor Hingston, seconder. Councillor Hawes. All those in favour? Those against? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Okay, I think 5.1, that might have been what you were referring to. Yes, sorry, I jumped ahead myself. So 5.1, use of reserves, contributions, fund policy prepared by Mr. Brent Oldham. So we'll hand it over to you.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, development and consultation with Bronwyn here too, and Simon Bastian is head of regulatory. We did hold a workshop earlier in the year with the previous council, and we provided a briefing on this paper in November, last month. So what's the policy as it's written now is a combination of all that feedback. It's just giving a clear process as to how we use the fund, how we access it, and where we can apply it.
Councillor Barry.
Just a question around the location of development and then the spending of the fund. From a Carter's Beach point of view, in between, a big subdevelopment further south and developments in Westport, those grounds are used a lot. And so when Carter's Beach would want to look at contributions to the reserve there, is it possible, would they qualify under that 10% can go outside of the areas of development? Is that kind of what that is saying?
Yeah, I think a lot of those location where we say in the policy as near as practicable, because we had instances where Pinakaki, we don't own any land near, to do anything with other than the campground. So I think each of those will have to be assessed individually as they come forward. So if you look at where the big developments are happening now at Cape Falwyn, so we have reserve land at Taronga Bay, we also have reserve land at Omar, and we have the Carter's Beach Reserve as well. Do we determine that that is, you know, money coming from that subdivision development is appropriate to spend at Carter's Beach? I think that will be a judgment call at the table. Staff could make some recommendations, but yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Reynolds.
I'll get back to where I was before. Do the reserve contributions go into the likes of the sewage improvements at Mokanui and Pinakaki?
Yes, so that's one of the things that have sort of spurred this paper, and that occasionally government funding will come up. So in the case of the effluent upgrade systems for effluent system upgrades for Pinakaki and Mokanui, they were 50% co-funded by Tourism Infrastructure Fund, and the remainder came from council. Now that remainder came out of the Reserves Contributions Fund. And so that's in the paper, that how much is still committed, because the Mokanui scheme is will be under construction within the next few months.
Thank you. Can I just let everybody know that Caitlin's got everything up and running, so we are live now. Thank you. That's what.
As far as I'm aware, the legislation says it's not to be used for those sort of upgrades. There's specific uses for reserves contributions. And we've got, say, in this area here, maybe there's an awful lot of it should have been returned to the subdivider, but it's meant to be for increasing the green space. And in this district, we've actually had council reduce green space, and that we used to have a park in behind Westport Engineering that's been closed, and the population's no different than what it was in the 50s. So I think the funds aren't being used.
If I can refer you to the paper, so the purpose and the objective and the rules around what it can and can't be used for are spelled out. It's also spelled out through the Bullard District Council district plan, and through what will become the TTP1 district plan as well. So it can be used for amenities and upgrades of existing infrastructure. So as Shane was saying, Carter's Beach Hall, there's a toilet block there. There's a hall that needs a new roof once in a while. There's a playground. So it's not just space. It is, but it can only be used on capital items, and it can only be used on council-owned land.
Just one more, and then
So
Councillor Kurtz.
for the likes of the Mokanui and Pinakaki, are there any council overheads taken out of the funds used?
No, so that the fund can only be used for capital investment. Any consequential operating costs are ratepayer funded.
So what I'm asking is the amount spent on Pinakaki and Mokanui didn't have any PDC staff time as part of that budget?
No, we don't apportion staff time against BAU projects.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor O'Keefe.
Thanks, Brent. Just in the report it says under policy review being, if this is adopted, the policy, it says that be reviewed in 5 years. But then I've also heard today that we can change that time, to maybe 2, or just to see how things are tracking.
Yeah, certainly 5 year you can review, which I think 5 years the minimum review, isn't it?
It's because it's one of our policies. It's one of the nice to haves. We can put whatever period for review there, as the council wishes to put, because it's a council policy.
Thank you. Councillor Reedy.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a very small one, thanks, Bronwyn. And if you go to page 39, you've got headings 3.2 down twice.
I knew that. Thank you, through the chair.
Just please make sure that's fixed.
Yes, thank you.
Done?
Okay. Done.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Reedy. Okay, are there any more questions? Oh, Councillor Webb.
Thanks, Brent. I remember back in the workshop, we talked about the different types of projects, and there was a bit of a grey area between what is considered maintenance and what is considered a capital. I see that it's not really outlined in the policy, so how will council staff go about deciding whether it falls in the maintenance or capital?
That's an excellent question, and one I asked an accountant I have a very close relationship with. And the question I asked was capital, and I've asked this internally and tried to find a definitive answer as well. The classic is a roof, right? It's the thing that 10 to 15 years, every 10 to 15 years, you need to replace a whole roof or a toilet block roof or whatever. Under strict accounting rules, it is an improvement. It is a capital improvement. So I'm going to pursue that. I really want to nail those things down. But it's absolutely in our plan and in legislation, capital spend only. I'm going to fight tooth and nail that as much of repairs and maintenance that we would normally run as OPEX, that if we can and we can defend it, we will shift that to a CapEx spend.
So if I can just add to that through the chair. So what Brent described is effectively the description of a renewal, and a renewal is an improvement of an asset back to its original state, as opposed to maintenance, which is more of a day-to-day or year-to-year function. So replacing an entire roof is a renewal and would be classed as such, and renewals are always classed as capital.
Councillor O'Keefe.
One last question. Because this was discussed prior to the new council, which is a bit of a shame really, there was that discussion around on point 14, page 29, that it says that the initial staff proposal was to be 10% used district wide. Council does have the power to increase that, so isn't that correct? Seeing how it's a council driven policy?
So the policy says 10%.
Yeah.
A review, you could change it. We only put the number in as a, as a starting point, but it seems to have made its way through. Again, yeah, I mean, there are nuances that could be looked at every proposal coming forward, but I think the intent of the policy was to give some surety to the developers and to staff about where we could and couldn't use it. We know we're getting feedback from developers that they've paid money over and aren't really seeing a benefit to their developments, locally.
Yeah.
Got another one?
I was just for information really to the new councillors that again, one of my concerns was the affected areas by the TTPP around subdivision will be losing out on this with this new policy, because in the past it was more ad hoc around CapEx. Now it's being controlled to only areas that where this subdivision is happening, but within 25k radius. I was going to recommend to boost that 10% to 20 to sort of help.
Do you have a question coming out of that? Oh, you're all finished. Okay, that's good. Just one question I've got, Brent, and that's over the retention of a minimum of 100,000 in that account. Just what's the rationale there?
I think the rationale is twofold. One, it stops us depleting that fund completely, and that if something unexpected does pop up, because occasionally you do get a fund from INBI on very short notice. So 100,000 being available in that fund and we would have to come to you and say, we're going to need to spend this $100,000 and take it to zero. That would be an exception. But it just keeps it in front of mind too, because it stays as a balance sheet item every year. We've never gone close to running it down to 100,000, but I think it's prudent to keep some aside.
Okay, thank you for that, Councillor Barry.
So just to confirm, particularly for any public that are watching the process now of then applying for reserve funding. What I want to know is, say, in an area like Reefton where we're going to have expansion, is there opportunity to expand what's on the reserve as opposed to upgrade what's on the reserve, expand
The footprint.
facilities, footprint, yeah.
Yeah.
And two, the process for people wanting to submit to the reserve fund is around annual plan time, and can individuals submit? Is it groups? What are we saying?
Yes, basically,
Like-
yes, by any
Yeah.
means that they want to. Definitely is the annual plan process, as we saw last time, for those that were here. A lot of those submissions come in as annual plan and they're asking for ratepayer funding. We can basically divert those through to an RCF application. There's also a heavy lean on the, well, not heavy lean, but a recommendation in there that we will encourage co-funding opportunities. So it's that those reserve committees in particular and community groups, what we really want is that stuff coming through infrastructure services as soon as possible, that we can evaluate it. And then if there's an opportunity for co-funding through lotteries or trust, community trusts, etc., that we work side by side to maximise the money coming out. So if it's a $100,000 project and we only have to get 50 out of the reserves contribution fund, it's a win-win.
Okay, thank you, Brent. Okay, any other questions? Okay, the recommendation motion is to receive the report, adopt the draft use of reserves contributions fund policy without amendment or with amendments. Do I have a mover? Okay, Councillor Barry, seconded. Councillor Hingston.
Are you moving it with amendments or without amendments?
Oh, I'm sorry, without amendments. So, Dave?
So we've been having a question time, but are we going to have any? We hear Tony's suggestion that maybe the 10% within the outside of the area and the 90% retention.
Yep.
So I thought we were going to have a discussion here.
Yeah,
now,
you are.
and
We are.
any amendments
Yeah,
we'll identify.
we are going to have a discussion. So that's what I'm following here. So if there's a mover for that recommendation. Councillor Barry, seconded. Councillor Hingston. Okay, thanks, Councillor Hawes. Now we go into the discussion of the debate. Councillor Keith.
I would like to make an amendment to 5.1, and that would be to allow 20% of funds to be used district-wide, and also for the policy review to be changed from 5 to 2 years.
Okay. Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to speak to that. We've just been presented with some recent use of that fund, including $300,000 towards Mokanui. That's clearly well outside anything that's being proposed including by your amendment. So why don't I take it that it's still going to be open for use such as that one that falls totally outside the current suggested policy. Can I have a comment on that, please?
From staff, well, apologies.
Can I just make a note that we actually were working under legislation, and we're also working under the district plans, and those are very clear that we need to provide. So for the TTPP, we need to maybe required to provide open space, recreation and community facilities to address the need for these facilities created by subdivision and development in the location where the new allotments and residential units are created. So we need to keep as closely as we can to that.
So, Mr. Mayor, so to the point then, who decided that you'd spend $300,000 in an area where there's clearly no available funds?
So that decision was made around 2 years ago. I can pull out the application to the Tourism Infrastructure Fund and get that to you. But I'm not sure whether it was a council decision or a staff decision. I don't know.
Mr. Mayor, just to further on that, well, to my point, you know, this policy, if adopted, looks like it's going to provide considerable more constraint than what has existed in the past. Do we want that to be the case?
You want to comment on that, Bruce?
Well, constraint, I don't think so. All those where the staff aren't going to make any decisions about where that fund will and won't be spent. We are not going to screen. We will pre-evaluate, but we won't discount anything from coming to this table and saying this application has been made. And that decision finally will be with council. And if council decides there's an exception to be made that overrides the fundamentals of the policy, then that's a council decision. But it just gives us a clearer steer on what the fund is for. I think it gives some confidence in developers when they pay that contribution fund that it will be to the benefit mostly of that development and its residents.
Thank you. Councillor Hawes.
Yeah, it's going to be arbitrary, whatever we come up with, I guess, around the figure of whether it be 10%, 20% or whatever. I guess what you're trying to do there is to try and give effect to the way that it's written, that we need to spend it. I guess that's a fair assumption.
Yeah, we have apologies. We have the words we use to collect this fund and the purpose we collect them for don't particularly match how we have used it in the past. And basically, we're trying to shore that up with this policy to give a clear direction to both staff and council about how it should be applied. But as we said, ultimately the discretion will sit with this table.
Yeah, so sort of answers well. So then it's immaterial whether it's 10, 20 or possibly 30%. And I think that we probably, and from my view, sitting here, I think we probably should err on the more the side that allows us more flexibility within spend. Because I mean, if we take, for example, a Punakaiki example, where we may not have, or not so much right at Punakaiki, but the development around that area, where we may not have the ability to no land available or whatever, and probably there's already a lot of green space, I should imagine, that's utilisable, and no need. And therefore the need may be further afield, and certain things get used around the district by people, particularly in the likes of Westport and closer in, Carter's Beach, for argument's sake, our people would potentially use the hall, etc., at Carter's Beach. So I can see that we need to allow some flexibility here. I think that painting ourselves into a super tight corner is not going to be exactly helpful in decision making in some respects, and it may end up with the fund growing rather than being utilised.
Okay, Councillor O'Keefe, you've got the right of reply. Oh, sorry, missed you, Linda. Sorry.
So I guess my follow-up to that is that you're saying that we can adopt this policy, but we can override it anyway.
Ultimately correct. I mean, it's basically a guideline that sets the process, sets the expectations of why and how we collect it, and gives some steer as to how we should spend it.
So I guess my argument, like it's a bit, why are we wasting time on it then if we can just override it when needed, like.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I think the important thing is that we are at least showing an intention to use it in the way that the district plan and the TTPP have provided for, that the public will see it, and that the developers can understand that this will be ultimately the direction that we want to go in. There will be exceptions, but they will be exceptions. That it won't be the normal course of action. Somebody in subdivision up at Elmer Road, for example, yep, it may be in Westport, but that's because that it will be benefiting the people that are developing that land and going to live in it. But I think it's important for us to have a policy that we, in a process, that we can have a lot more clarity about how we do it and when we do it and what the guidelines are.
Thank you. Councillor Sampson.
Look, I have to commend the staff for what they've done, because having been here for a number of years, seeing how the reserves contribution has been used, it's flip-flopped all over the place. This gives process basis, and yeah, it's good to hear that it's not set in stone, because once you set things in stone, you don't have flexibility. So look, I fully commend you, and I'm uncertain whether it's the amendment that we're voting on or the resolution of adopting this, but I'm in favour of adopting it.
It's Councillor O'Keefe's amendment we're talking to at the moment.
Well, it doesn't matter, but I commend the staff for what they've done, and it needed to be done. And I think it's a really good basis of working to.
Okay, thank you. Is there anybody else? Okay, Councillor O'Keefe.
So this was first, as this is moved and seconded, I've just made an amendment. So someone needs to second my amendment.
Okay, seconded by Councillor Hawes. Okay, is there any further discussion on that? Okay, we'll take a vote. All those in favour of receiving the report, if I'm getting this correct, adopt the draft use of reserves contribution fund policy with amendment. Would you like to read out the amendment?
Amendment 5.1 to allow 20% of funds to be used district-wide, and then also to the policy to be reviewed every 2 years.
Okay, all those in favour? Councillor Rutherford.
Look, I just point out that you also need to change the first part of that. You can't have 90% and then 20, it comes to 100, 110.
Okay. First would be to allocate 80% of the funds to areas near the development that generated the contribution. Second amendment would be to allow 20% of funds to be used district-wide. Third would be policy review to be every 2 years.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Rutherford.
Does our plan, TTPP, currently allow for that to happen?
It's our policy, so we can. Yes.
I thought the plan would have predominance there, and that funds are not meant to be spent routinely outside the area from what they're predicted from. Yeah. And therefore, if you're putting it into a motion here to routinely spend 20% outside the area in which they're collected, it doesn't match with the legislation, which should have precedence.
Yeah,
I can answer. So the TTP, the wording around the TTP, which will at some point be adopted, when they talk about district, that if it's collected in a district, it can only be spent in that district. So the Buller district is the Buller district. It can't be spent outside the Buller district. The 20% is where within the district it can be spent.
Just
one, Paul.
The word in the legislation isn't district, its area.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
it's locality. Yep, you're right.
Okay.
So the TTPP, again, provide for open space and meet with created by subdivision and development in the locality where new allotments or residential units are created. So that's the intention.
Okay, thank you. So we're clear on the amendment. Okay, we'll take a vote. All those in favour? Those against? That's unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry, I didn't. Yep, Councillor Reynolds abstained. Okay, we're moving on to the next item on the agenda, item 5.2, the Kuha Water Conservation Reserve, prepared by Lee Curtis. Oh, sorry, Jess Curtis. Need new glasses. Okay, so we might hand that over to Jess.
Thank you very much. This is the report that follows on from last week's workshop. Last week's workshop was very detailed, so I wasn't intending to introduce a lot. This gives the recommendation of a no, not yet option with the details and the resolutions that would be contained in the response letter to Stevenson.
Thank you. Are there any questions? No questions? Okay, we'll move to the recommendations then. We can either take them all read, or I'm happy to read them out individually. Okay, we'll take the recommendation as recommendations read. We've got 1 through 6. Would anybody like to move? Councillor Halls, seconded. Councillor Reynolds, okay, and we're now going to debate. Councillor Berry.
I just want to make the comment that the report that was given last week was extremely thorough and the explanation around it was extremely thorough, which did make it a lot easier for us to make this decision to such days. I just want to thank you guys for the report. That's it.
And I'd like to second that too. It was excellent. Okay, is there anybody else would like to speak? Okay, so if we move on then, recommendations, motions 1 through, I think it was, what was the number? 1 through 6. Okay, that has been moved and seconded. If there's no further discussion or debate, we'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? Those against? That's carried unanimous. Thank you very much. Okay. Agenda item 5.3, the establishment of committees of council. That's prepared by me, goodness. Okay, are there any questions? Councillor O'Keefe. Oh, sorry, Councillor Webb.
Yeah, just had a few questions. In regards to the calendar, just for staff. I want to know how many hours a month on average during the last 3 years or last year did we allocate to workshops? That's my first question.
Thanks for your question, councillor. I wouldn't have that information to hand, but I'm happy to find out and come back to you.
Okay, because to follow on that, because I see some after our discussion about, you know, wanting workshops starting from 1 o'clock, an email came back saying that that wouldn't give enough time for the month. So I'm wondering what data did you use to come up with the amount of time that would be needed for workshops a month if you don't know how many hours we've used in the past?
Thank you for your question. Through the chair, it was more noted that there's a lot of central government changes and reform coming. Also got the annual plan coming up, local water done well. So there is a significant amount of complex information come in that councillors are going to need to have workshops for. They will be recorded, they will be able to be remoted in for. So just trying to ensure that you've got availability, noting that we did mention that we'd be as disciplined as possible to keep it within the 2 days that were already mentioned. So we didn't want to, I guess, constrict ourselves to having 2 days and not be able to do anything further if there was nothing else available.
So that comment, I guess, is not based on any data. Okay.
No, just the reforms coming through.
Okay. My next question is, it talks about having meetings from 3:30 and it mentions health and safety concerns if it goes into the evening. Can you tell me how many health and safety incidents were recorded in the last 3 years from elected members travelling back after meetings?
Within the last 3 years, again, I wouldn't have anything to hand, Councillor Webb, but I do know that there was a fairly significant incident that happened on the way back from Reefton a number of years ago with a previous councillor that we would do what we can to ensure that didn't get repeated.
So that's no health and safety in the last 3 years. Okay. My next question is, what is the difference between workshops and a briefing? Because we've seemed to have, we've obviously got a calendar with talking about workshops, but we've been having lots of briefings. So what is the difference between a workshop and a briefing? Are workshops talking about agenda items coming up, discussions? And what is the difference between a briefing and a workshop? Because I would assume that any discussion around things that decisions that are going to come to the council table would be called a workshop.
Through the chair, so the briefings were part of the induction process for new councillors coming on board, just to make sure that anything that was previously discussed around the council table, councillors had a full understanding and background to the issues. The workshops are separate. They are it was in the email that was sent, it was described as being an informative session to go through complex issues coming up. It's not making any decisions. It's giving the context of lots of complex information to ensure that councillors are well versed, informed as to what's happening, and potentially to provide some further direction to come back to council table.
Oh, I've got 2 more questions. My next question is, so today there was a briefing on solid waste. Was that information, I didn't attend it, but was that information informing councillors in terms of the public excluded agenda item and decisions coming up? Was that discussing that, or was that, why was that called a briefing? Like, what was the nature of the briefing today?
Through the chair, the nature of the briefing was to bring councillors up to speed with where we were at with that process. The discussion around the briefing went further than that, but council is more than welcome to ask questions to inform themselves of various items.
Okay. My last question, it looks in the calendar, we discussed it last time talking about working backwards from, so we have a council meeting at 3:30, would work backwards filling up the workshops. My question is, why on the days that there are no meetings are the workshops scheduled to start at 10 a.m? Surely we would be working backwards on a non-meeting day from 5 o'clock.
I'm happy to have the feedback that goes into these things. It was just to say that they'd be starting at that time, but it did say scheduled backwards from. I think that's what it said in the first calendar. The second calendar that got added, it says that workshops prior to meetings would be scheduled no earlier than 1 p.m. as requested.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor O'Keefe. Are there any other questions? Okay. Oh, Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, look, so I take it where questions include questions on the proposed structure. Sorry. I take it that the questions include questions on the proposed structure, including the structure of the committees as proposed?
Yes.
All right, then. So my question is around, and it's an interesting one, Councillor Webb. You missed a discussion this morning when we talked about the possibility of potentially all hearings required to be undertaken by council to be delegated to the proposed new hearings committee. And I thought at the time that had potential to streamline the process. But I'm just noticing that for the proposed structure that committees that include all of council, as does the proposal for this particular committee, yet the quorum is three members to be appointed, which is it sort of totally at odds with all of council committees. So can I have some?
Yeah, that seems, that's a good point. Can we ask Chrissy if you can talk to that?
I'll just refer over to Mr. Bastian, who can answer that relative to reference for that committee.
So through the chair, the hearings committee was to have obviously the chair of the committee, plus they're nominated, they could nominate 3 other councillors or more as they deem fit. And the idea of that nominations would be based around subject interest and also subject location. So it's not meant to be a full all of council committee, the hearings committee.
Thanks for that explanation. It's rather what I suspected, but it does say membership, the mayor, all councillors and Māori. So, and then you.
Could you tell us, sorry, what page you're referring to?
No. 288.
So the membership refers to all those eligible for the committee. So the quorum only requires 3. Plus the chair.
Okay, so for complete absolute clarification, a panel of 3 members to be appointed for each hearing. Appointed by who?
Correct.
The chair.
Appointed by the chair. And with reference to the regulatory, group manager regulatory services.
Councillor Rutherford.
Appointed by the chair. The chair would call for volunteers, or it's a bit open for my liking.
Councillor O'Keefe.
Point 12 on page 659. We did discuss this around terms of reference, and we do have the power, is that correct, to alter these terms of reference at any time that we see fit?
Through the chair, that's correct.
Councillor Webb.
Oh, you just reminded me about a question I had. Just in the terms of reference, is that a typo that it says the mayor or councillor and Māori? Are you missing another word, or is it referring to all Māori elected members or all Māori people in the community?
Should be representation. We can have that amended.
Thank you. Councillor Hawes.
More a question for Councillor Rutherford in terms of have you got an alternative view on whether we should be setting that committee up with membership at this point?
It's not for me to decide that, but it does seem like a reasonable sort of a suggestion.
Through the chair, I just would like to point you to 289 where it says special note, and it determines the makeup of the panel based on the following factors. There's 4 bullet points there, and that sort of, I suppose, pigeonholes the type of panel you would like to put forward.
Thank you. Okay. Are there any more questions of anything? No? Okay, if you're happy for me to go, we can go through one by one. Is that what everybody would like to do? Okay. Rightio, draft recommendation first. Number 1, receive the report. Number 2, notes that pursuant to section 41A(3)(b) of the Local Government Act 2002, the Mayor has established the following committees of council, being Risk and Audit Committee, Chief Executive Review and Performance Committee, the Community Services Committee, and the Regulatory Hearings Committee. Do I have a mover?
I'll be happy to move 1 and 2.
1 and 2, Councillor O'Keefe, seconded by Councillor Hawes. Is there any debate?
I'd just like some discussion, if that's okay. I don't have any questions.
Okay, yeah, that's fine.
I just want to commend the work that's been done since the last meeting.
And your microphone.
I just want to commend the work that's been done since the last meeting. I know it was a bit of a fractured result, and I think that the work that's been done to both empower and enable the committees and the community groups, I think is good. And as long as it runs through the form that the committees and the community groups are empowered and enabled to do their job properly, noting that we can amend the terms of reference, I would agree to all 12.
Thank you, Councillor Hingston. I'll just take that point up. Thank you, Councillor Hingston, and my thanks to the councillors for working with me since the last meeting with me and with staff to bring this back the way it is today. So thank you. So in terms of that draft recommendation, we have I think who was Councillor Keith moved that, Councillor Hall second that. Okay, is there any further discussion? Okay, put it to the vote. All those in favour? Those against? Okay, Ray. Councillor, oh, I'm sorry, I may not have seen your hand. Okay, thank you. We'll move on to number 3. Recommendation 3 notes that pursuant to Section 41A 3C of the Local Government Act 2002, the Mayor has appointed the following chairpersons to the committees of council. Councillor Dave Hingston as interim chair of the Risk and Audit Committee. Mayor Chris Russell as chair of the Chief Executive Review and Performance Committee. Deputy Mayor Shane Barry as chair of the Community Committee, and Councillor Tony O'Keefe as deputy chair. D. Councillor Webb as chair, Regulatory Hearings Committee, and Councillor Phil Rutherford as deputy chair. And number 4, approve the appointment of councillors to the following subcommittees of the Community Committee. I think, no, we'll come back to 4. Okay, so we've got 3, A through D. Okay, moved by Councillor O'Keefe, second by Councillor Hingston. Is there any further discussion? Thank you. All those in favour? Those against? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Okay, we move on to number 4, approve the appointment of councillors to the following subcommittees of the Community Committee. Reefton Reserve Subcommittee, Councillor Dave Hawes. Springs Junction Maria Reserve and Hall Subcommittee, Councillor Dave Hawes. Ananga Kuha Junction Reserve and Hall Subcommittee, Councillor Linda Webb. Nokawa Hector Reserve Subcommittee, Councillor Tony O'Keefe. Mokanui Reserve and Hall Subcommittee, Councillor O'Keefe. Waimangara Reserve and Hall Subcommittee, Councillor O'Keefe. Turn the page. Karamea Reserve Subcommittee, Councillor Rosalie Sampson. Semple Reserve Subcommittee, Councillor Tony O'Keefe. Little Wanganui Reserve and Hall Subcommittee, Councillor Rosalie Sampson. Carter's Beach Reserve and Hall Subcommittee, Councillor Ray Curnow. Omar Reserve Subcommittee, Councillor Ray Curnow. Creative Communities Subcommittee, Councillor Rosalie Sampson and Councillor Paul Reynolds. Okay. Thank you. Do I have anyone, a mover for that? Councillor Hawes, seconded by Councillor Hingston. Okay, is there any further discussion or debate? Thank you. We'll take the vote. All those in favour? Those against? Thank you. That's passed unanimously. We move on to number 5. Number 5 appoints Councillor Dave Hawes to the position of Reserve Subcommittee Governance Representative. Okay. You're very fast for me today. Moved by Councillor O'Keefe, seconded by Councillor Hingston. Is there any further discussion? Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. This is an addition, I believe, since we first considered. Am I right about that?
That's correct.
I'd like some further explanation on what this role is considered what the role is for this person. Why the need to add it to the structure when there's never been such a position before?
That's a fair question. Chrissy, can you talk to that, please?
Thank you, through the chair. So we have a lot of wonderful volunteers that work in our subcommittees. We've got chairs, treasurers and secretaries of the subcommittees. This position that Councillor Hawes will be fulfilling will be just aiding the elected members and the subcommittees to ensuring that we keep things strategic and ensure that all of our what's discussed is meets the council's broader community and strategic priorities. So it's seen as a supportive role, and Councillor Hawes will also be working alongside council's staff member who's the subcommittee liaison. So it's further support for our subcommittees.
So further to that is there an expectation that this person will attend all these meetings along with the elected member that's already been given responsibility for those subcommittees?
I'll let His Worship answer that one, but the discussions that we've had previously is that there'll just be an oversight role. So that would be a lot of meetings for Councillor Hawes to attend, especially with the workshops that a lot of our subcommittees hold several times a month. So it would be between, it's a governance role to oversight. So that would be for Mayor Chris to answer.
So short, Councillor Rutherford, the intention is no. Okay, are there any, Councillor Webb.
Just had a follow-on kind of comment or question around that. So in terms of the subcommittees, is that another layer they need to go through in terms of questions, or if they, at the moment they obviously have an elected member and then they go through our subcommittee liaison officer, do they need to be going through this, Dave, with any issues or questions, or are they going straight to the liaison officer?
Through the chair, it's an enabling role. It wouldn't be an additional layer. That wouldn't work for our subcommittees. That wouldn't work for most of the councillors around the table. So there'll be a flow chart that will be created and put in the workbook into the new year. It's something that with the newly established community committee that we'll work on, but there'll be a nice easy flow chart as to who you need to go to for which information.
Okay, thank you, Chrissy. Councillor Hawes.
And from my perspective, I see this as an ability for these groups to be able to progress their reserve plans, etc. Any questions around those, be able to facilitate those to be answered and uniformly across all the groups. So it's basically to provide that uniformity of information.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Okay, if there's no other questions or discussion, I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? Those against? True. Okay, that's passed with Councillor Hawes abstaining. Okay, we move on to number 6. We approve the appointment of councillors to advisory groups, working groups, and other committees requiring representation. Regional Transport Committee, Councillor Rosalie Sampson. Westport Rating District Joint Committee, Mayor Chris Russell, Councillors Paul Reynolds and Councillor Phil Rutherford. Development West Coast Destination Management Governance Group, Deputy Mayor Shane Barry. Local Water Done Well Governance Group, Mayor Chris Russell, Councillors Colin Reedy and Dave Hawes. Deputy Mayor Shane Barry as proxy if required. Councillor O'Keefe.
I'm happy to move 6 through to 11.
Okay, so you're 6 through to 11, where are we? Okay, I think, because councillor Hingston is happy to go through all the way to 12. Yeah, we may just keep going one by one, councillor. Okay, unless everybody wants to go.
We'll just test the table first on that, won't we?
Dave wants to do them together now.
Yeah. No, thanks.
You want to do them all together?
He did originally. He did.
I'm fine to do them all together, but if the other councillors want to consider them one by one, I'm happy to do them one by one.
Okay, councillor Keith, you're going to say something?
I'll just see if someone wants to second that, and I'll put it to the table if it's going to be accepted from 6 through to 11.
Okay, so you're moving that?
Yep.
It's seconded by councillor Hingston. Okay, is there any discussion, any further discussion, questions? Okay, we'll put that to the vote. Thank you, councillor. All those in favour? Yep. Those against? Okay, thank you. That's unanimous. Thank you, councillor Keith. That made things a lot more efficient, didn't it? Okay, so that was through to number 11, correct? Okay, thank you. The next then is item number 12, adopt the governance structure, including terms of reference as per the attachment 1. Is that councillor O'Keefe moving?
I'd like to make an amendment to 12. And that would be to adopt the governance structure, including terms of reference attachment 1, subject to the review amendments to terms of reference as the new committees become established. So I want to be able to the power to make amendments of the terms of reference as the new committees become established.
Councillor Berry seconded. Okay, any further discussion? Oh, sorry, Chrissy, my apologies.
Just a point of clarification, councillor O'Keefe, can I just ask what you mean by new committees, please?
So, the committees like the RAC, full council might change, but around RAC, around the community committee, subcommittees, terms of reference, I just feel like we need to look at all the terms of reference and work a little bit harder on them to make them more fit for purpose.
So through the chair, so I understand that there's going to be a refresh of subcommittee membership early next year, which the community committee, now it's been established 10 minutes ago, that will come to there. Full council will need to approve of any terms of reference, which is within council's rights to do. So I don't believe an amendment needs to be made. That's something that can be done by the table at any full council meeting.
So I feel like that as everyone I've been talking to, there's parts of RAC, there's parts of a few of the terms of reference that actually need to be changed. So I'm just putting that in as a recommendation that all committees that have been established now to have a look at the terms of reference to see if they're fit for purpose.
Councillor Hingston.
I support it in concept. Just wondering if we're talking about standing agenda item for the committees, however, just review the terms of reference fit for purpose. Is that what we're really talking about here? Because they'll just put a recommendation up to the council and then we'll approve it or not.
Well, that's what I think. But
is that what we're sort of needing towards the ability of council and committee to make recommendations on their own terms of reference?
Councillor Keith.
Well, we're adopting the terms of reference that are in front of us now. And I can see on a lot of these terms of reference that they do need to change. And I think that the new committees haven't had a chance to have a good look and make small amendments or changes to them.
Councillor Curnow.
Sorry, can I just make a suggestion to the mover and seconder of the amendment that the wording might read something like adopt the governance structure, including terms of reference as per attachment 1, and notes that these terms of reference are subject to ongoing review.
As mover, I'm happy with that.
Councillor Barry.
Yes. Seconder, I'm happy, but I'd just like to ask staff if they see any complications with that. I just want to reiterate that subcommittees will get the chance to review their own terms of reference. So this is really just the committees of council.
Yes, thank you through the chair. This meeting would be to bring up any changes really that you wanted to discuss around the table, but noting the full agenda that we have today and it's not been discussed or brought up before, happy to take the feedback and that can come back to council at a later date. Just noting with the work schedule that we've got next year, we will need plenty of notice to be able to table those papers to bring it through. Terms of reference do take some time to update.
Okay, thank you. Okay, are there any other questions? Okay, Caitlin, can you just read out to us that amendment?
So adopt the governance structure, including terms of reference as per attachment 1, and notes that these terms of reference are subject to ongoing review.
Okay. Okay, everybody happy? Okay, all those in favour? Those against? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor O'Keefe. Okay, number 13.
Point of order. I think technically,
yes,
for the record, I think you're now supposed to vote on the substantive motion.
Oh, yeah, you're quite right. Okay, so thank you, Councillor Kerno. Okay, so we'll go back to the original motion, adopt the governance structure, including terms of reference as per attachment 1 with amendment. All those in favour? Those against? Thank you. Carried unanimously. Okay. Right, just check around. Number 13, adopts the 2026 Council Committee calendar, choosing either A, option 1, or B, option 2. So, would somebody like to move either option 1 or option 2? This one. This option 2. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
319, 320.
Yeah. So
319, 320.
Are there any questions? Maybe we should ask for questions around those. Councillor Weathers asked quite a few earlier on. Councillor Hangston.
I'd just like to know which one suits those in the outlying wards more, because I'm happy to concur with a schedule and calendar that meets the outlying wards more than something that is more biased, let's just say, towards Westport ward only.
Thank you. Councillor Webb.
As I've maintained, a 3:30 start for council meetings is my preference, and working backwards from there for workshops. We had discussion about not starting before 1 p.m. I do question the amount of hours that we need for workshops. I feel like some of them are not well utilised. Let's take, for instance, last week, we had a workshop scheduled for an hour and a half that lasted 35 minutes, resulting in a large gap. I'm reluctant to start before 1 o'clock. Also, thinking about then you have to incorporate a lunch break. So if you're starting at 10, you've then got some dead time for people that are travelling too. You know, you're having you're incorporating a lunch break. And you know, it just adds to the time. I'd be happy with the second calendar there, but I don't see the need for that extra day of the workshop, given that the yellow workshop there, if you're working backwards from 5 o'clock, like I feel that would be enough. There's always exceptions. We always know during annual plan time and that we often have hearings and that run outside the times, but I think the more spots that we book in the calendar, they just get filled unnecessarily. That's my argument.
Okay, if I can give some feedback on that, understand where you're coming from. I sort of look at it from the point of view, if there are slots providing for in the calendar, if they're not required, then they won't be used. Councillor Kuno?
I'll just note a point that was made earlier on today in a briefing that we're coming into the most momentous triennium in terms of changes to local government legislation in the last 30 or 40 years. So it does seem likely that we will need to allocate time to workshops.
Thank you, Councillor. Okay. Councillor Sampson.
Yeah, I tend to go along with councillor Webb that work backwards, and there's times that if we must, we start at 12 o'clock and we don't have a lunch, and that takes until 12 o'clock. It's a compromise, because if you're starting at 10 or 11, you're only gaining an hour or two. So as a compromise, start at midday and we don't stop for lunch. It's just an afternoon tea break, but the main meetings start at 3:30 and work backwards. And as far as I'm concerned, being on the Creative New Zealand, I asked for it last term for those meetings to be on the same day, or the day after, as a council meeting, not a separate day in a week, to be coming through one day, miss a day and come through a day. So whether I can work that out with somebody later on. It's only 2 meetings in a year. Yep.
Thanks, Councillor. I think Councillor Keith, did you have a question first? Okay, Councillor Berry.
Of the importance of some of the stuff that's coming up next year, and so would like to have flexibility, which is the same thing as working backwards. I think that when we do have some important stuff that's on our plate, that we are all of the understanding that we may need to start earlier than 12, and that, you know, it might be that it is a 10 o'clock start in some places, but in our calendar we've got it from 12. If we do have workshops, we fit them in. If we have more than that time allows, we just fit them in that day, and they're recorded for those that can't make them.
Thank you. Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Given what I've heard from travellers, I prefer option B as proposed by whoever it was. But I do note there that in the suggested calendar, there's some clearly things that obviously just can't work. There's 2 occasions here, at least, if not more, who I believe, where ICB is scheduled for the same day as the community and the RAC meeting. You know, given that we want our full attendance at our RAC meeting, yeah, that seems to be totally unworkable to me.
Okay, proceed. Can you comment on that for us, please?
Sorry, Councillor Rutherford, do you mean the community and the RAC days that are outlined on page 320?
Thanks for a point of clarification. I'll withdraw that comment. They seem now to be different days because they were pairing one up to the other. Yeah. Withdraw that.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor O'Keefe.
I'm happy to adopt the 2026 council and committee calendar, choosing option B, option 2.
Okay, we have a second of Councillor Kuno. Is there any further discussion? Okay, we'll put, just check on reading. Yep. Councillor Horst.
Yeah, I just want to say I'm happy with facilitating everybody. It's been a really good discussion to make sure we try and make it function for everybody. I'm really keen to see that the most affected people get the most say, and we've had that. So, but I also really want to reiterate and reinforce what we heard about maybe the need. Councillor Curnow and Councillor Barry have both raised those points that we will be facing some turbulent times, and more than happy to turn up to those things at whatever time they are.
Thank you, councillor Hawes. Councillor Hingston.
Yeah, I agree with David in that if we can get the most amount of people there in the best order, then I go with that. So I support the option B. I'd just like to confirm though that we've got flexibility to work around special issue items, and we should get plenty of advance notice of those changes to the program. That's would be my plea to the staff.
I think Chrissy, would you like to respond to that?
Thank you through the chair. So option B gives 3 afternoons a month that we'll be able to book things on. So it should cut down on the extraordinary meetings that we have to have, and we'll do everything that we can to keep it within there. We've already noted that potentially is an extraordinary meeting needing early February next year, which should fit in with the schedule. So following the adoption of this schedule, you'll all receive the entire years of invites. So that will come thick and fast at you in the next couple of days, and will give us much notice for any changes. Equally, if anything is cancelled because workshops are not needed, we aim to do that within 2 weeks. If it hasn't been confirmed within 2 weeks of the workshop, it will be withdrawn from your diaries.
Thank you. Okay, is there any other discussion? Okay, so we'll put it to the vote that we adopt the 2026 Council and Committee calendar. Option, make sure I get this right, B. All those in favour? Those against? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Okay, we'll move on to agenda item 5.4. That's elected members' remuneration post-election 2025. Okay, Simon, do you want to say anything to that?
No, I'm just happy to take any questions.
Okay, thank you. Simon's happy to take any questions, and as am I. Okay, there being no questions, is somebody happy to move? Councillor Hawes, Councillor Hingston. Is there any debate? Further discussion? Okay, we'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? Those against? Sorry, Tony. Yep.
Who moved that and who seconded?
Councillor Hawes and Councillor Hingston. Yep. There you go. Okay, so we'll take that vote again just to make sure. All those in favour? Those against? Thank you. That's carried unanimously. Conscious that 5.6 is going to 5.9, so pick me up on that otherwise. Okay, agenda item 5.5, stormwater management infrastructure. Yes. What was yours?
Thank you very much. So what I've tried to do with this report is give a bit of background to where we've got to today, and that's around the 2022 business case and some stormwater funds that were put in that have been removed with the 3 waters reform that was happening at the time. At the time, we then council got some rough order of costs quantified around what putting in fixed pump stations would look like, and it was in the order of $70 million. With that not being affordable, we proceeded to do a RIF application for $17 million around mobile pumps outlets that could be done as part of the stop bank construction, and also detention and dewatering ponds. Through that application process, that has been paired back to a approved in principle application through Kuha for outlets of $2.5 million and mobile pumps of $5 million to a total of $8 million that would require co-funding from BDC. The co-funding portion would be $3.5 million if we're to go with the full $8 million project. What I've tried to include in this is different scenarios around what that might look like for ratepayer impacts, depending on the term of the loan and also the interest rates at the time that the loan was drawn down. And then I've also done a strategic engagement assessment around consultation and what that looks like. with the key information being that we found out recently that we will need to confirm co-funding with Kanoa by the end of 25-26 financial year. So that would be June this year. June 2026 that we need to confirm with them. Haven't given a recommendation as it didn't seem appropriate for an officer to give a recommendation in this situation. So what I've tried to do is give the best outline of the situation for direction from councillors.
Thank you. Okay, are there any questions, Councillor Berry?
Just to clarify what you just said, because it's different to what I've got written down here. So the mobile pumps are 6.4 million roundabout, and the outfalls are around 2.3 million. Yes. Yeah. Okay. And this loan won't be transferred to like water done well. This is not stormwater. We're saying, even though it is a stormwater project, that it's part of the flood protection.
We haven't.
Or it will be transferred.
So I suppose through the chair, the answer to that is it's unlikely. The classifications around what stormwater means with local water done well isn't yet 100% understood by anybody. So I think we work on the assumption, the worst case assumption is that the debt with that sits with council. There may be an option to transfer it. John, you want to clarify?
Yeah, through the chair. Thank you, Anthony. Yeah, just one thing to add to that. We have got as part of the next process of local water done well, there's a pure work stream based on stormwater. So I think we've got 7 or 8 work streams collectively, and stormwater is one of them. As you can probably imagine, stormwater is a beast, and not just to council, but obviously you've got the regional council elements, you've got the NZTA, you've got Roden. There's just so many elements of it. However, my expectation would be that what we'd be proposing would probably go to the new entity in terms of an asset transfer. Can't be guaranteed at the moment in terms of how that looks, but it certainly appears that may be the case, depending on what council and the governance groups and the new entity decide to do moving forward. Hopefully that helps.
Councillor Sampson and then Councillor Brent.
Well, that to me sort of even blurs things even further. The fact if it was stormwater, it's general rate. If it isn't stormwater, it's stop bank. Why is it general rate? Because we have areas in our own district that have stop bank rates anyway, and that is through regional council. So what is it going to be? Is it going to be stormwater from the general rate? Or is it going to be stop bank?
Through the chair, at the moment, the only category this can be put under is stormwater. And stormwater council have chosen in previous the rating system. The rating system has been decided that stormwater is a general rate, and that's always up for debate if council want to bring that up.
I think we had Councillor Reynolds and then Councillor Rutherford.
Questions or observations? We've got a flood scheme put together by West Coast Regional Council, and they didn't account for the adversely affected parties, of which the people within the walls are one group, and they've had to deal with Board District Council, and accepted that Board District Council would handle the cost of protecting those adversely affected parties which have the stormwater trapped in town. Having accepted that, does that then create a precedent for council then will have to fund by targeted rate the protection of Snodgrass and Hobbs Beach? That's a question that is contemplating. I don't think anyone here could perhaps answer that.
That's a question in itself.
It's a question in itself.
Okay, let's Anthony.
So I think through the chair, and particularly for the councillors that weren't here at the briefing this morning, part of this answer will be a repetition for those that were, is the outfall work in terms of the pipe outfalls are would be replaced over time anyway. The reason the flood walls are going, because the flood walls are going in, those pipes need to be replaced and upgraded now because of the cost and difficulty of doing so after the walls. So this is a direct, the outfall part is a direct consequence of the flood walls and is effectively accelerating what would otherwise be a normal asset management process that we have in our 30-year asset management plan. So, so for that part, that is most definitely just doing things a bit faster than we would otherwise do, because doing it later would be massively expensive in terms of reconstructing the walls to put those pipes up.
Councillor
Through you, Chair. No, that wasn't the answer to the question. And like I said, I don't think there can be an answer to it. It's the fact there are 3 adversely affected parties caused by the building of the walls. The people within the town that will be flooded perhaps by stormwater that can't get out are one party, but the Snodgrass and Carter's Beach parties that are also adversely affected. So normally it's up to the authority building the walls that has to protect those parties. In this case, regional and district have accepted that district will do the pumps, which is fine. But if you accept protecting one group of adversely affected parties, is council in setting a precedent that they will also target rate to build the walls that are needed to protect adversely affected parties at Carter's Beach?
Before Anthony answers, I see Councillor Reddy has his hand up. So after Councillor Reynolds, we've got Councillor Rutherford, Councillor Hawes, and then Councillor Reddy. Thank you.
So I think in order for the specific reference to Snodgrass and Carters, the Regional Council Floodwall Project has works in place, which I think council is well aware of, to look at both Carters and Snodgrass. So they are being independently assessed, which is not relevant to this part of the wall. So I think those 2 areas already have options or solutions available to them.
In the case of move on to part 2, and that I take it that this hasn't been before a professional engineer, because you've talked to the regional council engineers, and I think you've focused on the outlets going through the walls that would be built. That is not how you normally do it. You've got outlets to the river. You normally plumb your pumps in tandem, in parallel. And when you've got water in your stormwater system that can't get out, you close the valve, you turn your pump on, and you pump out through your existing outlet. So there's no consent needed for another outlet. And you're pulling it up there.
Okay.
There's no pipeline.
You have another question,
Yeah.
Councillor?
So has that been discussed with consultants?
So when we did the initial strategy last year, in about October, I can't remember the exact role, but one of the senior engineers in the Auckland water body, Woodcare, it's called, peer reviewed and assisted our water engineers to come up with a strategy. And then the outlets themselves have been assessed based on the footprint of the wall and what current outlets are there and what will likely be needed based on hydrology and age. They will then be QA'd in a peer review process, and that's been the process that we've done to date and what we're intending to continue to do.
The third part and the last part.
Just one more question, Paul.
The third part and the last part. The hydrology is critical because I don't think that the pumps are needed. A 100-year event is a 50 millimetres per hour over a 2-hour period, meaning 100 millimetres over 2 hours. We say we're going to have some increase in rainfall over the next 100 years, 10%. So we had 10% to 100, we got 110 millimetres. So therefore, if we're going to have a major flood where the water can't get out to the river, it generally doesn't extend more than 24 hours.
Is there a question, Councillor?
You have to have a 1 in 100 year rainfall in Westport and outside. So there's only going to be 110 millimetres of water to get rid of. And I don't, how many properties are in Westport that have floor level less than 110 millimetres from ground level at present?
Okay. Is that your question?
I think
properties.
we do not have the data to tell you how many properties 110 millimetres of water would impact. I do note that 110 millimetres of water over the area concentrates at the low points and the low properties. So those properties are the ones that are impacted by that flooding. If we had a 1 in 100 year event, that is the upper limit of the flood wall protection. So potentially we have a risk from the river at that point.
Thank you, Anthony. Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. So look, you partly answered some of my question, but what I specifically would like to know is the impact of the flood wall on this. So you've indicated that if the flood wall wasn't being built, we would go ahead and, as part of business as usual, upgrade these things. My question is, if that was the case, if there was no flood wall and you just go about replacing the outlets as required, would you still then be requesting funding for $6 million for pumps?
It might not be 6 million, but I do think there would need to be a long-term plan budget item at some point added in around pumps in Westport. What that exact number would be, we will probably have more time to then get some truer numbers. At the time when we put this application together, it was quite hurried, so we did the best we could at the time. But yes, I do believe there's some need for some pumps in Westport.
So a follow-up question then is, it does seem that this whole approach is a direct result of the flood protection scheme being put in by West Coast Regional Council. Does that lead us to take the view that therefore this should be a targeted rate for similar to the West Coast Regional Council's targeted rate for flood protection, or should it be, as Councillor Sampson pointed out, part of the general rate?
That would possibly require a change to rating districts or how the rates are set, which would require a rates review. So technically council could do that, but that's not the scope of this paper. And I'm not sure if we are fully aware of regional council's rating option for the flood walls yet. However, once that does come out, it may be a model to follow, because it would be a similar impact as you point out.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Hawes.
Yeah, I guess my question is much the same and partially covered off by Councillor Rutherford. Thanks, Phil. You put the words right out of my mouth in some of that respect. But as a follow-on to that, I'm just trying to get my head around the fact that we're talking about building flood walls to keep the water out of Westport, before we built these flood walls, we didn't require, the pumping was used on a much less basis. It seems to me that this is a compounding factor of building flood walls, and also perhaps planning for a climate change type scenario. So I'm just wondering, can you tell me, have you worked this out on a basis that has an element of both of those? And if you have, how do those affect the calculation?
Through the chair, I think the simple answer is no, we haven't gone to that level of detail in terms of working it out. I did mention earlier today that the expectation is that we will have a higher frequency of higher intensity events, which will, of course, cause issues. What we are all aware of is that even with the existing outfalls in severe rain events, we get flooding of some properties, which the drainage system cannot cope with. And the pumping system would augment some of those areas to allow them to minimise the risk of that flooding getting high enough to impact a large number of houses. I cannot give you the number of houses that are impacted because that modelling is very, very, very complex.
and depends on lots and lots of things like the tide and such like. However, we know that in very large events, some houses in this town flood. Having some pumps and having them in the right place at the right time means that we can minimise the risk of them or the frequency of them flooding. And none of this is going to guarantee that nothing will flood, because rain does what it does. But we will certainly assist the town in minimising the damage when that occurs.
Councillor Halls.
Yeah, so the next part of my question then is around, so that modelling hasn't been done. The next part of my question is around the effect of added pressure in the river system permeating the alluvial gravels to enter the town pond. So in other words, we've heard from Councillor Reynolds, quite rightly so, that if you're going to get 200 mils of rain, you're going to have 200 mils of water in a swimming pool. It doesn't work any different unless you've got a wider catchment feeding it. But my question is around that wider catchment feeding it by movement through the alluvial gravel system from a raised pressure of building a dam around the outside that hasn't cut off that pressure coming through the alluvial gravels.
I'm sorry to sound cynical, I am an engineer, but I'm not a dam engineer, so I cannot answer that question.
Councillor.
But would you see that is quite a definite factor that will play a part in the equation?
It's not something that I've been made particularly aware of, and it's something we can ask about that particular aspect of it. I understand what you're saying, but I haven't had those conversations with the regional council engineers.
Thank you. We've got Councillor Reedy, then Councillor Sampson, and then Councillor Barry, and then Councillor Reynolds. Councillor Reedy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've got about 5 questions, if I may, please. Page 336. Why is maintenance required in year 1? You put in new pumps and what have you. Why is maintenance required in year 1?
I think there could be an error in the maintenance for year 1 there, but I would need to check that with the finance accountant that provided the modelling for me.
You'll come back to Councillor Reedy on that? Yep, thank you.
Next question. Outlets versus outfalls, page 335. Are they one and the same? Outlets versus outfalls.
Yes, in this case, they are considered the same.
They are the same.
For the paper purpose.
Yeah.
Page 336, annual loan repayments. You've got a figure of 379k. But that includes depreciation and maintenance. It's not all annual loan repayments. Why have you got them down as annual loan repayments? Page 336 on the table.
So the number 379 is including the loan repayments, depreciation and maintenance. Yes, you're correct.
But you're saying that's the loan repayments and interest, the total, but it's not. The loan repayment is 245. Can you please explain?
Yes, so the 379, according to the table, does include loan repayments, maintenance and depreciation.
Correct.
Yes.
But you put when you read on though, it says like just loan repayments are 379. Anyway, I'll leave that for now. The other one is mobile pumps. So we're looking at purchasing a number of mobile pumps. Now, where are these mobile pumps going to be stored? What, in terms of mobilising these mobile pumps in the event of an emergency, how are they going to get to the various locations, trucking, logistics and all that sort of stuff? I mean, has that been thought through yet, or are we just going to purchase the pumps and think about it later?
So some of the pumps would be semi-permanent and the costs include a concrete pad. Other pumps would be mobile on trailers and the costs also include trailers.
And who then will be around to mobilise these pumps on trailers?
The intention would be to include it in the WestReef contracts as part of their emergency works.
Okay.
Okay.
Can I carry on, please? Just 3 more. Page 344. We're talking about, in terms of significance, that the emergency type work is not part of level of service, and therefore we don't need to consult on the matter. To me, level of service, sure, we can talk about BAU, but I would have thought level of service is also to protect the town in the event of an emergency. So why do we consider that not to be of significance?
So the level of service that I looked at in the long-term plan, I've bullet pointed in bullet point 9 around the stormwater maintenance, systems maintenance, sufficient capacity and the AEP ratings. The flooding and the significant engagement policy referred to it under a strategic asset, was referred to as a strategic asset. So I differentiated the two with that in mind.
Okay, and one last one, if I may, please. We're talking about on item 30. I can't remember what page it's on. Item 30. We're going to bring forward the 26-27 proposed budget of X $1,000. Since when do we bring forward a budget from a forward year? What authority do we have? A budget for a particular financial year is just that. It is a budget. So please inform me as to why we would be looking ahead. I mean, central government doesn't do that. They have an appropriation each year for each department.
I don't have the exact details.
For some reason, BDC said... Sorry?
I don't have the exact details with me, but the advice I was given was that we can pull forward money from a future financial year.
Well, can someone please tell me where that authority sits? Because we've already, in governance, provided and accepted a capital budget for the 25-26 financial year. You just don't then go out and take money out of the pigeonhole for a following year. So please, can I have some indication as to where this approval is coming from?
Thank you, Councillor. Leslie, but are you able to?
Yeah, I believe it's in the long-term plan and council can resolve to bring that project forward.
Well, I'm sorry, I disagree with that, but I'm going to leave it there because I'm not going to get anywhere. And I'll just leave it there. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Reedy. Okay, the next speaker, Councillor Sampson.
Yeah, just to, a lot's been covered, and just to carry on as to those costs on page 344, it's projected, $3 million. They're just numbers. And if you're working with numbers all the time, they are. But those numbers have a real impact on our community and taking the fact that stormwater, it's over the whole district. Well, the first year, that's 1.5%. You put figures down, but you haven't related it back to what it is going to cost the ratepayer. Year one, $186,000. But when you say 1.5% of rates the first year, and then 2.5% before anything else is done, is pretty scary. And I think, this is what we've got to really consider, because they're not numbers. This is reality on people's livelihoods and having to pay rates. And when you put the probability that I'm hearing around the table here, $6 million worth of pumps parked up somewhere for 150 years, yeah, sure, it's really important at that time. But I think it's some real sort of serious thinking to be done as to, and I think when you start putting figures there, check with our finance department what our current rate of our percentage to rates it is. And I'm working on $120,000 per 1% in rates, which it was last time. And I just find that scary.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you. Councillor Berry.
Around the two, I've got three questions, please. The first one is on the outlets. So in discussions this morning, I just want to reiterate or ask you guys, if we don't do the outfalls or outlets now, to do them post the stop bank work is a lot more expensive.
Absolutely. To do them post stop banks, we have to reconstruct a portion of that stop bank. It's not digging a trench, it's benching out and then refilling in, and that could compromise the stop bank as well.
The structural.
And
the outfalls are a necessary part of the stop banks.
The outfalls, if we don't have outfalls, the water that falls inside the stop banks waits until it soaks away, which could be a considerable amount of time.
Okay, so now I want a question on consultation. So this morning in discussions, it was brought up that consultation, the time around consultation and the time that we need to confirm whether we want to accept this funding from Kanoa is very tight. I wouldn't feel comfortable committing our community to this amount of money without consultation, so there's a risk in that. If we approved the outfalls at this stage without the pumps, there is no Kanoa funding, but actually our loan is less than when we've got Kanoa funding. The only difference is we don't have the pumps, and we could still hire pumps in those occasions that we needed to hire pumps. Is that correct?
So we're looking at, how many pumps we're looking at, Jess? Sorry.
About 5 pumps.
5 or 6 pumps.
Yeah.
We currently, as I mentioned this morning, generally have access to one hire pump, and that's not always guaranteed to be available. So we run a risk that we don't get that pump, because when it rains here, it often rains elsewhere, and they may get it first. And so if we don't have that pump, or we don't have enough pumps, then we run the risk that we have flooding that we could otherwise avoid. And that flooding is from every account is significant.
So we also have 2 of our own pumps?
Correct.
Correct. So there's 2 of our own pumps and 1 hire pump. My final question is, when we were in civil defence before in previous floods, there has been talk of Solid Energy having pumps that we could access.
They haven't mentioned them to me, so that's news. That's not information I have to add into this.
So, sorry, I've heard that Bathurst have some pumps, but their primary use is to protect their own assets, which they will use them for. And if they don't need them to protect their assets, they'll make them available to us. But they have their own priorities, which, as you understand, they'll follow.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Okay, Councillor Hingston. Sorry.
So firstly, I'm not in, but I want to talk about the outlets or the outfit.
Great. All right. Thank you. So I'm not an engineer, but I want to talk about firstly, the outfall. Now, it seems to me that this is going to be a sunk cost, regardless of which way we go, is that you're going to need the outfalls in the flood bank. Flood walls. We need them.
Correct.
So then the question I've got is, with the pumps, now these are the expensive part of the proposition, and are we overspecking it? Are we rushing to failure to try and get the Kanoa funding by proposing a gold-plated solution? Let's just say that.
But the answer to that is no. If we look at the history of this, the original, actually the last year's funding application was in the order of $19 million. That was for outfalls for pumps and for the potential for nature-based solutions, which is the soak pits and other types of things like that. Kanoa, several months ago, came back and said, "You got to be joking at that amount of money. Try $8 or $9 million. We should be able to give you that." So we've cut back what we can in terms of what we'll be able to deliver, and quite literally, we are going to cut our cloth to suit the funds that we have available.
Sure, but what about another option where you say you get a lesser number of pumps, for example, 3, let's just say, and then you take risk that you can hire 1 or 2 more. Now that to me is a risk option that we should be presented with. That if you only get 3, then you take a risk that 1 or 2 aren't available. But you know, Councillor Sampson hit the nail on the head. We're talking about rates rises here, and I'm loath to commit to, you know, $3.49 million worth of debt for this council and for future councils. It's going to be a burden on the ratepayer. That's a significant amount of cost. And then you've got the other issue about local water done well, is that, did I hear right that this is going to, these assets, these pumps, are going to be transferred to the CCO?
John gave a view that he expects they will. I gave a pessimistic view to say we should assume that they're not, because it's not decided yet.
So we're going to go into debt for something that we might transfer over to another body. That's how.
If we were to go into debt, if we were to transfer them over, the debt goes with them.
It goes with.
Yes,
that's right.
So that would be the
water rates.
That the water charges would reflect those costs.
Yeah, got it. All right, and one final.
If I could just make a comment on your suggestion around lesser pumps, I suppose the question that's being asked now is, are we going to co-fund the Kanoa proposal? We have, as I mentioned earlier this morning, it's a maximum amount. We don't have to use all of it. I think there'd be an issue if we only did a very small amount. But if we went in and the final decision or a solution came up, which was 1 pump less than we're currently thinking, then we just wouldn't draw down all of that money and we wouldn't have to co-fund all of that money. And that's a decision that we could make over the next few months, right, as we get a lot more information. We'll go to market, to the pump experts, and say, this is what we want, what do you think? And we will get some solid proposals about that, which we would, given the value of it, we'll come back to council for approval anyway.
Okay, Councillor Hingston, just one
Yep,
more.
so therefore, I agree with that, and if we could have some sort of thing written in there that there are still exploring options while we sign up to this potentially option 2 or 3, that we are considering lower cost options as part of the ongoing process. Because you're asking us potentially in option 3 to go without wider consultation. That to me is a rush to failure risk that I'm not that happy with.
Councillor, I think we can cover off some more of that perhaps in debate. Councillor Hawes and then Councillor O'Keefe.
Yeah, so 2 questions. Like the first question's around funding. The original, I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, because this is going back to your LTP and the previous council, consultation was around this this being funded from external sources fully and not, is that correct
It
assumption?
was the assumption for the LTP based on the indications from Kanoa was it would be a fully funded solution. We went to the LTP with that expectation. I suppose part of that expectation, and we talked about that in some of the LTP conversations, was the risk you have is if you budget to co-fund it, they'll say you budgeted to co-fund it, so they'll expect you to co-fund it. If you budget for full funding from them, then there's a higher chance that they would actually be sympathetic to that. At the end, the rules have changed and they.
Okay, look, it was just the question was around, so this is, as far as the public knows, this was a fully funded, externally funded option that was, within the LTP.
So, yeah.
Right, so that's fine. So the reason I'm asking these questions, I'll give you a little bit of context quickly, is because this affects a large number of people. This affects people's houses, it affects, things that may or may not happen to them. So we need to get this right. This isn't just a question of money. This is a question of whether we're going to get the right solution that provides the best possible outcome at an affordable price. So there's a number of things within this, hence the questions. So that the second question I've got, and I don't have it within this report here, but I have seen it in the past. I believe there was LiDAR data available for the wider Westport floodplain, but definitely Westport itself following the floods. Surely that LiDAR data feeds into the discussion that we're having here around pump stations and where they will be fitted, because, and this is going background so you understand why I'm asking this question. We've heard that, 100, 200 mils or whatever, it's only going to add this much, but that's not quite correct when you think that we're talking about a topography of a town that may vary up to 2-3 meters. So one part of town could be effectively 3 meters underwater, which is where I would expect to find a pump and an outlet. So this report doesn't show me what the topography is, what the pump location to determine whether I can make a decision around whether 6 pumps is the critical number or whether 3 pumps is a critical number. So from an engineering point of view, looking at this, I would have thought that was critical data around this, and I don't have it. So I'm flying blind on the decision.
But you have another question?
So that was a question, where is the LiDAR data? Has it figured within the engineering outcome for these pump stations and where they're going to be positioned, and are there critical must-haves and not so critical nice-to-haves?
So the original plan for the pumps was based on all of the data that we had, and we do share data with regional council at the time, and that was then spatially overlaid into where there would be suitable locations for semi-permanent pumps and where mobile pumps might be best placed during an emergency. And that would then also help inform the accessories that would go with it, so that it could be QS. Yes, it's a rough order of costs. It's not to the level of detail that we could, because it's an early stage of the project. That would then, with the information we've been continuing to model over the last year with groundwater and future scenarios, that's the information that would then be put into a procurement process to discuss with the market, and then it would be refined down. So we wouldn't, at this point in time in a project, be able to give you that information.
So then the follow-on question supplementary to that then leads me to, is it, like, I know that there's time critical. I know that we're being asked to make a pretty big call in a short time frame. But owing to the fact that I don't feel that I have the correct amount of data to justify something of this magnitude, not knowing where those pump stations, the locations and the explanations around why they're necessary, is it an option for us to push this out?
this decision out. Council has every option available to it, so I'm not going to say it's not an option for you because it always is. The criticality of timing relates to the ability to do the consultation in time to confirm with Kanoa that the co-funding is available. And the information I've got from our comms and engagement team and refined even further today is there is a high risk that even if we said today we are going to consult, that it doesn't take much of a hiccup for us to miss the deadline. So this is a very, very tight timeframe. And I'm conscious in this particular, most councillors are talking about this is significant. It's significant on rates. It's significant on Jess's rates and my rates, on Simon's rates, on everybody's
Sorry,
rates.
I didn't ask a question around consultation. I didn't assume that was where we were going.
Okay,
I was asking a question around timing.
So timing,
whether council could push this back a month.
So the timing does relate entirely to whether or not we can consult and have that consultation decision made in time to confirm the Kanoa funding. If we are unable to do that, then the Kanoa funding is gone. So that's the biggest risk here. And the consultation timeframe at the moment is a risk. We would have to be very, very, very tight and precise in our consultation. And that also runs a risk that the public think they're being pushed to a decision, which is another thing we don't want to do.
Thank you. So, Councillor O'Keefe. Thank you.
Wow, this is a very big, long discussion. Just a question, one question, then I'm going to test the table. How many times did the pumps go on standby in this last year?
I don't know the exact number, but I seem to recall the EOC did a partial activation 3 times in October, and each one was a surface water flooding risk. And so pumps would be involved in all 3 of those. And that was just October. And I think one of them at least included, possibly 2, included the Mokanui.
Okay, I'm going to our test table. That
so
one.
Have we got, I'm just testing on whether
You can debate. What's the question?
we can.
I move that I receive the report, and 2, decide on the preferred option.
Sorry, Tony. Which
2,
option?
decide on the preferred option C, but on the lighter side with no consultation. How do we do that? I'm only going to move 1 and 2 C and make an amendment to option C, option 3. So how would I word that to, like you're saying, buy a couple less pumps or lesser pumps, or how do we do that?
Councillor Hingston.
Sorry, I think we could probably just put up to maybe that level of funding as a maximum.
Councillor Curnow, were you going to say something?
Well, just really trying to a question for Councillor O'Keefe, and it sort of ties in with the direction that Councillor Halls was going in. So you're suggesting that we might need more time to tease out option 3, but you're both acknowledging that in doing so, we're probably eliminating option 2.
So I move 1 and 2 C, but need to then help with the on that and we'll just test the table. 1 and 2 C, option C, 3, option C, option 3. What? How can I just trying to find words that mean that?
Oh, your microphone's not on.
Oh, sorry. I move 1 and 2, C option 3, but I need help with the wording around option 3 to proceed without consultation, but on the lighter side, not buying as many pumps or what was the wording Dave had?
Up to, I've got one.
Okay, I'll leave it with Dave to amend that or to suggest the amendment. Sorry, everybody.
Councillor Hingston.
I'll give it a shot. Test the table. I say that option 3, proceed with up to $8.766225 million project co-funding arrangement without further consultation, but with engineering advice on the scope. I think that's what we're not talking about consultation with the public. We're talking about further engineering advice to reduce the scope. That's the sort of feel I got. No,
That's different, isn't it?
Yeah.
Sorry, if I may, regarding the scope, because we do our reporting regularly, I can come back to council with, once we've done a procurement process, what a final scope would be.
Yeah.
And that could be an information paper that way. And you'll see it through RAC, through the project report as well. So you will see regular updates on that instead. So I'm not sure if scope in this particular resolution would be, yeah.
Well, what I'm talking about is specialist advice that Councillor Hawes was talking about on the number.
I think unless I'm wrong, Councillor Hawes was looking for more information based on the paper that's been put on the table. So I would assume that pushing this back to provide that information would satisfy some of your questions, Councillor Hawes.
Correct.
Yeah. Yeah. Councillor Barry.
Can I just ask a question? Because that information that you're asking for, if we went out to public consultation, that information should be part of that anyway for the public to make a decision on this. So would that be the case? If we went out to public consultation, could we ensure that that information is included in public consultation?
The public consultation would be around a funding question.
But wouldn't the public need the information on what we're funding?
Yes, but I don't think I'll be able to give them today until we run the procurement process, the exact details of pumps and sizes and locations, because we would need that information from the market combined with the engineering modelling. And so that would have to be, we can do the procurement process until the project is agreed on, and that would be a budget question.
Very quickly, Councillor Reynolds.
I note the figures there are based on an interest rate of 3.5%. The cheapest I can find, which is where council will get a premium, local government funding agency, generates a higher figure by 1.3 million cost to the ratepayer. How accurate are you with that 3.5% you base your figures on?
So they were the numbers that were provided for the scenarios. So we won't have an exact figure until the date that we actually confirm a loan.
Leslie, could you get a comment on that?
We had to use some figures, and we were looking at the local government funding agency floating rates, and we used a variety of those.
Thank you.
They obviously will be different if we went ahead with it because it changes every month.
Thank you.
So it's fairly firm at 3.5%.
They're changing every month, was the response. Okay, thank you. Coming back to Councillor O'Keefe's motion, or a motion with amendment. Where are we sitting with that?
I'm still trying to find the words. Can I just, if I'd be allowed through the chair to ask another question to Anthony? We did discuss lesser, going back to canal with a lesser amount. Is that still possible?
So I think through the chair, the response this morning was they will give up to that amount. So if our costs are less, then their contribution and our contribution to that cost will be less. What I don't know, and I will have to carefully checked with them is if it was significantly less, would that be a problem for them? We don't actually know that. So if it was, if we, we've said eight whatever $1 million, if we came in at 7, they would probably be, that's fine. If we came in at 2, they would probably really question why we asked for 8.
Thank you. Councillor Reedy, did you have something to add? Okay, thank you. Councillor Keith, we're still with you.
Oh, look, I'm just going to move 1 and 2 C option 3 and just put it out there to test.
Okay, thank you, councillor. That's seconded by councillor Curnow. Okay, I guess, guys, we need to take a bit of a break now. We've got the motion on the table and it's been seconded. I propose that we take an adjournment for 10 minutes and we come back for any further discussion and then take a vote. We have some people waiting to talk to us, so we might just have to rearrange the agenda a little bit after this particular topic, but we'll work that out and advise you of that. So we'll adjourn for 10 minutes. What's that? Okay. Thank you, everyone.
and it came out at 50 million. That's what I come out once I started to allocate allowance for stormwater, building, trying to offset the costs of moving through private ground, acquiring properties because they'd have to be acquired to move the thing. Just a really rapid assessment told me that that was a lie. Not a mistake, just an outright, basically, lie. And that's why when it comes down to approving funding without a complete set of plans, to be able to evaluate whether that's the best and correct option is not an option for me, unfortunately. So while I'm absolutely 100% behind the necessity to put the pipework in place, I'm not, and I concede that there's a need for pumping, a very, necessary need for pumping. I can't support this in the entirety. I can support the pipework, but not the rest.
Thank you, Councillor Hingston.
I get you get to go up and just move the motion there. I have the same reservations as expressed by Dave. I thoroughly agree with protecting Westport and the flood walls and the outlets. I'm just not convinced that the degree of analysis and specialist assessment is there for us to approve something of this magnitude. That's the problem I have. I mean, I, like everybody else here, want to get Westport protected. Flood walls up, outlets working, pumps as many as we need out there, but I can't go ahead with option 3 in all good conscience, because that's committing ratepayers to a lot of money in the future. And yes, we may be able to transfer the liability or debt over to the CCO, but that'll just come back in the form of higher water rates.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Sampson.
Yeah, I concur with the last two speakers. And, this council's come in stating transparency. We want to be transparent, and to even consider going out without consultation is just not on my books at all. So the cost is one thing. I think it could be probably fine-tuned better, but just going along with the previous two speakers and the word transparency, I cannot support that motion.
Thank you. That's 3 speaking against the motion. Councillor O'Keefe.
Okay, well, I can make an amendment to my motion. I was trying to do in the first place. Would be option 3, proceed with the 8 million project and co-funding arrangement without consultation, on the proviso that staff come back to us early 2026 with more information and cost after procurement.
Jess.
Just to comment on that, we will have to do that. So that is, we can't award a contract for this magnitude without coming to council to accept it. So that would work fine for us.
Councillor Berry.
I still won't be supporting the motion without consultation. I think that option 2 is probably the better option for us, because we do need to conduct the immediate work. And while we undertake further consultation with our community, because this is a decision that I think needs to go to the community, it allows us to conduct the work that needs to be done, the outfalls, and I get in most of our eyes are essential part of the wall. The disappointing thing is that actually when Regional Council looked at planning a wall, you would have hoped that they planned in the appropriate outfalls and the pumps as part of that project, and that it got rated in the correct way it should be rated. So won't be supporting yours, Tony, but I would be putting forward option 2.
Anybody else? Councillor Curnow.
Yeah, we'll just speak as the secondary of the motion. I have pleased to hear Jesus' assurance there. I think there are times as councillors. Speaking the seconder of the motion, thanks, Jess, for your clarification. Look, I think there are times as councillors when we have to make really hard decisions, and accepting the fact that we have been elected to do so. And we've heard today that there are significant risks around the consultation process and that we might miss out on the co-funding arrangement with Kanoa. And that to me is a risk that we would need to be very, very wary about. Yes, there'll be people in the community who criticise us, but for not going through a full consultation process. But there are times, as I said, when while we listen to the community, we understand community opinion, we need to be able to make those decisions. Bearing in mind, of course, that staff will be coming back to us with additional information early next year.
So you support?
I support. I'm seconding the motion.
Okay, Councillor Reynolds.
I'll be speaking against it. Again, I don't think it should proceed without consultation and firming up. I don't see the need for separate outlets. I see that the pumps can be put in parallel with the existing pipes and pump out through the existing outlets, which would cut the costs considerably. I would like to see a consulting engineer in the hydraulics of the volume of water to be pumped, because I'm aware that we're talking about 110 millimetres falling over the whole of the town, which will cause problems in the low-lying areas. The majority of the town will not be affected by it at all. It's just a few low-lying areas that certainly need protection. And as the motion is, I'll be against it. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to? No? Okay. So the motion on the table from Councillor O'Keefe. Caitlin, could you read that back, please? Yes, please.
To proceed with the 8 million, the total figure, project and co-funding arrangements without consultation on the proviso, staff come back to us early 2026 with more information and costs after procurement.
Thank you. I understand, Councillor Curnow, you have seconded that, and we've had debate and discussion. Okay, so we'll take a vote. All those in favour? Okay, those against? Okay, thank you. That motion is lost. Councillor Barry.
I'd like to move that we receive the report and decide on the preferred option being B, option 2, conduct immediate works while undertaking further consultation as part of the 26-27 annual plan before making a decision on the $8,766,225 project with council co-funding.
Thank you. Do we have a seconder for that? Councillor Halls.
Can I just
sure.
Maybe suggest? Maybe I could suggest that you know, we need to, with the approval of the person moving it, Deputy Mayor, that we are told that we need to meet a commitment of timeframe for canal funding. I'd be reluctant to lose the funding if we need it, if it's been proven. Can we put some timeframe around maybe making, you know, having better information and making a full decision within the next month? Is that possible?
Probably.
Oh, sorry, Jess, and then Councillor Reedy.
We would need to come back to council with the consultation document for approval. But the council document, we'd just probably.
I think I've got a time frame in here somewhere. So we can, yeah, if we bring forward the annual plan, but effectively if we run this consultation independent of any annual plan consultation, we are able to have a statement of proposal to council in the second week of March for adoption. That might require a special meeting. Consultation period mid-March to mid-April, reporting and analysis, which would be approximately 2 weeks, concluding late April, hearings the second week of May, so there'd be another special meeting for that. And that would potentially, that would allow us to have adoption early in June. It puts us really, really, really close to that cutoff. I'm conscious that there will be a period once council, assuming council adopts that, and I'll make that, if council were to adopt it, that the negotiations and discussions with Kuha become very, very problematic that close to the end, but we'd have to work through that early with them. So that time frame, effectively the second week of March, having the consultation proposal document to council, would have all of the information that we could possibly get by that time.
Okay, thank you, Anthony. I think from my point of view, if we want to make this happen, we make it happen. Okay. Sorry, Colin. Councillor Reid.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My understanding, and happy to be corrected, the Kuha agreement is open until the 30th of June this next year. Is that correct?
Yes.
So why if we consult on the annual plan and have this included in the annual plan, all this is done and dusted by mid-June, so we're able to adopt the annual plan by the 30th of June or whatever date is closest to that for the meeting. So where is the difficulty in terms of potentially missing out on the Kuha funding? We've got to the 30th of June, and with our timelines, we should be able to meet the 30th of June, depending upon what the outcome is on the consultation. And we all agree, basically, that we need some sort of work involving the stock banks. But I can't work out, Mr. Mayor, why this 30th of June is suddenly a big issue. We've got plenty of time up our sleeve.
Thank you, Councillor.
I'm misreading.
No, thank you, Councillor. And I think what staff have indicated is that it's going to be a very, very tight timeline. We may have to have a couple of extra extraordinary meetings or whatever in that process. But as going back to what I said before, if this is how we decide to go forward, we just have to make it happen within that timeline, is my view. Councillor Reynolds.
Just a question to the mover more than anything. Conduct immediate works while undertaking further consultation. How do those two line up?
You asking me? Well, I'm hoping that the immediate works are the outputs.
So so through the chair, the immediate works are as regional council progress with their project, we will need to put the pipes in the ground ahead of that, and that's the funding that we had the discussion about earlier. So it's getting an acknowledgement from council that that work is needed to be done regardless, and would be done for some of those walls, even if the outcome of the consultation, the council decision was to go, no, we won't do this, that work would still be done.
Thank you, Anthony. Okay, is there any further debate or discussion? Councillor Hingston.
I'm going to speak in support of the motion. I think it's imperative that we stop. We shouldn't rush failure, and this is going to have long-lasting consequences for the community.
Dave.
Okay, well, I can start my little discussion. So I support the motion as tabled by Deputy Mayor. I think the scope, size of funding, and the importance of the project need consultation, and I think we should do our best to make it work within the time frame, because equally that funding from Kuha is also important.
Thank you, Councillor. Is there any further discussion, debate? Okay. So the motion is by the Deputy Mayor that we receive the report and we decide on the preferred option being, let's make sure I get it right. Okay, is option B2, conduct immediate works while undertaking further consultation as part of the 26-27 annual plan before making a decision on the $8,766,225 project with council co-funding. All those in favour? Those against? Thank you, that is carried. Okay, we've had a look at the agenda because we've got some, sorry, yep. Okay, we're mucking around with the agenda here, so I'll come back to that. Okay, note 3, notes that options 2 and 3 are expected to have a total cost of $8,766,225 with Canoa funding $5,271,735 and council funding $3,494,490. Do I have somebody to move on that? Councillor Barry.
Council funding line of, I think we should think of up to council funding up to.
Correct. The project could be this, so up to is a.
Are you proposing that as an amendment? Okay, as a seconder? Okay, seconded by Councillor Hawes. Is there any discussion or debate? Okay, we put that to the vote. All in favour? Those against? Colin?
I'm for.
Thank you.
Can I just have the show of hands again?
Okay, we can have a show of hands for.
Everybody? Yeah.
Against? Okay, and the last item, let's double check. Item 4 notes that should options 2 and 3 be approved, the council funding of $3,494,490 will be loan funded with the expected impact on rates by funding interest, principal repayments, depreciation, write-offs of $186,906 in year 1 of the project, $323,813 each year from year 2 onwards, and assuming 3.5% interest rate over the 30-year loan period.
Can we insert that up to?
That's an amendment. That's an amendment, councillor.
Yeah.
Okay, is there a seconder? Councillor Barry, any discussion? All in favour? Against? Okay, thank you, that's carried. And the final item, number 5, delegates the chief executive to determine the loan structure should a project be confirmed. Okay, motion by Councillor O'Keefe. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Hawes. Any discussion? Councillor Reynolds. Councillor Reynolds.
I'm just concerned about the figures all being organised around a 3.5% interest rate when I know that in the long-term plan, or was it the annual plan, that the rate being charged to for district ratepayers for a targeted rate for separating stormwater and wastewater is 6%, which is a huge difference, particularly on the term of the 30-year loan. So I'm concerned about the 3.5%, and this clause leaves it open to be whatever. So the figures are able to creep up on the stated ones.
Councillor Hingston.
Push the button, thanks. I was just wondering if the CEO could give us an outline of what his proposal is for the loan structure.
We've looked at it over different years, periods of years. As far as the loan's concerned, if we would need to take Treasury advice as to whether we take a floating or fixed. Generally, it's a floating rate. And that would be whatever it is at that time, and would generally be floated every 3 months, sometimes half yearly. Again, it would depend on the Treasury advice at the time, but you know, we've looked at different year periods. We just have to be careful not doing it too long, because then you never lose your loan balance, and you know, you'll have an effect then on what you can loan in the future. So
that's like a mixture of principal and interest. over a floating rate, which are generally more expensive than fixed rate.
It is, but remember that when you getting into treasury management, we also hedge our debt. So we also fix it in at a fixed rate with that hedging. So it could be dependent on what the market's doing at the time. It could be that we're fixing in a lower rate.
Okay, sorry, just to follow on, and I'm supposing that the CEO would come back to us before he goes a definitive way, or
Would we are.
Well, the recommendation is to delegate the chief executive to determine that. So if you want to make an amendment to that.
no, well, I'm happy to trust the CEO. I just wondering if he plans to come back and give us a brief. The delegation doesn't mean
we can let you. Yeah, we can certainly let you know what that looks like. But if you delegate it to me, I can come back and let you know. Yeah,
all good. Thank you. Okay, is there any more discussion or debate around that? Thank you. Thanks, Dave. Okay, so with that, we'll put it to the vote. Delegates the chief executive to determine the loan structure. Could a project be confirmed? All those in favour? Those against? Thank you. That's carried. Okay, so that completes that agenda item, and because we've got some people waiting in the wings, there's been a rejig of the agenda. We're now going to move to item 5.8, followed by thank you staff. 5.8 followed by 5.9, followed by 5.7, 5.6, 6.1, 7.1. We can come back to that. Anyway, so we're talking now 5.8, which is adoption of the 22-23 annual report, and I'll pass that over to Simon.
Just we'll make sure that auditors are online.
Okay. Good afternoon, gentlemen, and welcome.
Afternoon, everybody.
Afternoon, Stuart and Brendan. So I was just going to do the intro to the report and then maybe hand over to yourselves for comment. Is that all right? Yeah, getting nods. Okay. So just a reminder where we are. You don't need reminding already. This is the first domino of our late annual reports that we need to knock over. This report should have been adopted on the 31st of October in 2023. And we're obviously in breach of our statutory duty under the LGA. And as far as I'm aware, we're the only council in New Zealand in the position of having 3 outstanding annual reports. The 2 questions I've been asked several times by councillors and others are, is our 23 annual report compliant with the LGA? And the answer is yes, it is. It does meet those LGA requirements in part 3 of Schedule 10, which says these are the things that should be included. Why a disclaimer? So obviously Ernst & Young will talk a little bit about that later. They haven't expressed an opinion on our 23 annual report because we haven't been able to provide the information to them to their satisfaction in terms of audit evidence. But that highlights what we already know. The 23 and to a degree the 24 report was due to poor practice, poor record keeping, poor systems, clunky financials, and a clunky financial system. The PMO report and the findings from that make it abundantly clear that we've embarked, that those issues were there, and we've embarked on that comprehensive action plan, which has been reported up through RAG over the last 18 months. We have implemented all those actions, and we have a completely new team. So none of us want to be around this table today adopting a 23 annual report with a disclaimer. However, we've inherited these issues and we need to deal with the consequences. It needs to be adopted. So what will happen if we don't? We will remain in breach of our statutory duty under the LGA. And while there's no penalty under the LGA for not adopting an annual report, there is a risk of ministerial intervention, which has happened, as we know, across New Zealand in the past. So Tauranga had 3 years of of statutory governance, as did Kaipara for 4 years. So while statutory governance is at risk, there are real consequences for our LGFA agreement, which is even more certain. We don't adopt these 2 annual reports, the 23 and the 24, by the end of March, we're going to be in breach of our covenant. And we will have to repay our debt of $32 million, approximately 32. We won't be able to do that because no one will give us a loan if we have 3 years of outstanding annual reports. Again, this will then result in ministerial intervention, I would suggest. So the advice from staff, our legal advice, which you've had circulated today, and our audit partners is consistent. We need to adopt this annual report in order to move forward. And obviously we've talked about the 20th as a 24 update on the next agenda item as well. So happy to take questions at this point, but we can hand over to the auditors and we can just have a series of questions in the round, whichever you want to do.
Thank you, Simon. Okay, so why don't we open up for questions for Simon, for the auditors?
I wonder whether the auditors want to comment.
Yes, sure.
Whether Brendan, you wish to speak about the 23?
Look, no, I think you've provided a good summary there, Simon, of where we're at today. I think we've all acknowledged the challenges that council has had with significant change in their teams, finance team, and through wider changes within council management, etc., over the last probably 2 years plus. And I think that has generally come is the crux of the challenge that we've had from an audit perspective. Reiterating what you're saying there, Simon, a disclaimer opinion essentially means we haven't been able to obtain sufficient appropriate audit evidence over areas of the financial statements to enable us to conclude one way or another whether the financial information is correct or incorrect. So we are essentially not providing a conclusion on the financial statements. The challenge with that, of course, is I can't issue my audit opinion without council adopting the annual report. And that's probably the position we've been in for a period of time as council staff have sought in their changing staff to seek to find additional information to support balances of a historical nature. And perhaps pause there, Simon.
Councillor Hawes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, heard all that our Chief Executive has said, and I would like to move recommendation 1 through 5 be accepted and enacted on, and so that we can proceed to move forward. And I'd like to speak to the motion if I can second it.
Thank you. Councillor Kuha. Yes. Okay, Councillor Hawes.
Yeah, look, this is the last year. This report relates to the last year in which I had a seat at this table, only a part of it, a short part of it. But and it's interesting, and I just wanted to add it into the equation that the year before we had an unqualified report that showed, and prior to that we'd had a series of improvements that have been identified that we'd worked through progressively. So you know, a house doesn't fall down in one day, you know, through neglect. So something else has obviously happened here, and we all know what that is. We all know the flooding implications of a massive change in staff. The fact that staff that were working in finance teams, etc., some of those were impacted by those floods. Their own homes were flooded. We lived through that period after February, and so look, I'm happy to move this. I'm happy to move on, because I think the group around this table are well positioned now to deal with the next 3 years and make sure that we get things right going forward. We take advice, And we work together to give that assurance back to the community and also to put ourselves in a better place in 3 years' time and not be stuck 3 years in the past. So that's why I've moved the motion.
Thank you, councillor. Councillor Rutherford.
Your seconder.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, completely concur with councillor Hall's comments. I know there are very strong feelings out in the community. Just walking up and down the main street, going to the pub, I'm being approached by people urging me to vote no. But really, there is nothing to be gained from that course of action. We need to be able to move on, as councillor Hall said, and of course, there's a great deal of risk involved in voting no, and for what purpose? It appears to me to achieve nothing. And as the reports from our staff say, there are no perceived advantages from voting no at all. We have to move on. Thank you.
Councillor Rutherford.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Look, before I vote on the motion, I'd just like some clarification, perhaps from our audit team. It's sort of maybe crossing over a little bit into the next agenda item, but my understanding is that an annual report provides data leading into the following year's annual report, particularly in regard to the financial position and that the closing off of a given year carries over to the start of the following year. My question is, if we adopt the plan, do our auditors acknowledge and have confidence that those numbers carried forward to the following year, i.e. 23-24, will be adopted as being correct?
Thank you for the question. So I'm Stuart Mutch. I'm responsible for the 2024 annual report and will be responsible for the 2025 annual report, at least the audit thereof. So you ask a very pertinent question. And so the reality is that following the provision of a disclaimer opinion, there's obviously concerns around the integrity of the financial position that will be adopted as at 30th of June 23, and that will have an impact on our opinion in regards to FY24. Our objective, and we've explained that to management, our objective is that we will seek to issue an opinion on the year ending 30th of June 24. It will more than likely have qualifications in regards to the income statement and the statement of changes in equity, i.e. the movements through the 23-24 year. But the objective is to express a more positive opinion in relation to the balance sheet at 30th of June 24, so that we can establish a firm base for the reporting on FY25. With a situation where you've had a disclaimer opinion, it does take time to come back from that, because we have not had any further information to suggest that we would go back again to the 23 balance sheet and reassess that. We are focused on the 23-24 financial year.
Thank you. Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks, Phil. We've got Councillor Hingston and then Councillor Barry and then Councillor Reading.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to vote in favour of the motion because in reading through the report, I find no evidence of fraud, no evidence of deliberate deceit, no evidence of deliberate misappropriation of funds. And I think the problem of not adopting this earlier was that it left the people, our stakeholders, distrusting of us as a committee, as a council, and distrusting of the council staff and their ability to do their business. There are issues that need to be addressed, like the way we do our financial reporting, the way we carry those figures over, and the way we hold people accountable. But equally, as I said, I'd found no evidence of deliberate deceit or deliberate misappropriation of funds. Yes, there was some issues associated with funds from the project management office being used for things that weren't directly related to the flood, but that was, I believe, clearly a misunderstanding of where funding lines were set and should be applied in the follow-on from the floods. So I would caution anybody that would want to go on a witch hunt in the past. That's going to do nobody any good, and it's not appropriate for this agenda item. What is appropriate is we adopt it, take it in, take the criticism on board, and resolve to do better.
Thank you, councillor. Okay, we've got councillor Berry, then councillor Reedy.
Stuart, this is a question for you. That there has been some comment out in the community around having to do or needing to do a forensic report. In my mind, the fact that you guys have gone through this process and have picked up the issues is, a forensic report in my mind is a lot of cost. It is really not necessary because we've come up with a disclaimer anyway. I just really want to get your opinion on that. Do you think it would make any difference, a forensic report, to where we've got to now? You may or may not be able to answer it.
Well, I don't think any further forensics work on the FY23 year would change the position that we suggest is going to be adopted. In regards to FY24, I can say that the finance team that is supporting our audit on FY24, most of them were not present within that financial year. They are investigating anything that we ask questions about as they support our audit. And so essentially you've got two teams looking over the financial records for the year ending 30th of June 24, and with a desire to correct and identify any matters of concern or problems. So, a forensic report is focused on something where you think that there has been inappropriate actions. We're focused on looking to ensure that your financial year 24 financial reporting has as much strength and integrity as possible.
Thank you. Okay, councillor Reedy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and hello, Brendan. Good to see you again, and thank you very much for the work that you've undertaken. I hear, Mr. Mayor, some of the arguments put forward, and I agree that we don't want to harp on about what happened in 22-23. However, as we all know, we have to adopt a report. The report does not. It just says to adopt an annual report, and it also has to be audited. It doesn't say that it has to be a positive audit, a favourable audit. And in this instance here, Brendan has declined to provide a positive audit. However, having said that, 21-22, I did not adopt that report because I knew there were issues around that particular report, and those issues then came forward in 22-23. Now, while things may be getting sorted out at the moment, the most important thing in terms of the legislation is such other information as is necessary to enable an informed assessment of the operations of each entity reported on, and that, of course, is clause 29. Now, at the moment, when I read those accounts, I'm unable to provide an informed decision on anything there because I agree with Brendan. We've got a mismatch between OPEX and CAPEX. We've had we were informed way back when at least 200,000 plus sitting in work in progress that should not have been in there. And at the moment, I'm still not comfortable with the balance sheet or the P&L bottom line. So I, as a result, will not be adopting the annual report as has been provided because I cannot trust the numbers that are in there. And it seems to me that the auditor, in this instance, Brendan, has also had issues being able to identify those numbers. An annual report, Mr. Mayor, is just that. We should be able to have some confidence in the numbers that are there. And at the moment, I agree with Brendan. We do not. I personally do not have the confidence in those numbers.
Thank you, councillor.
So why, just say, why then should I be adopting a report that I have no confidence in?
Thank you, councillor. Councillor Sampson.
Yes, I've been there all the way through it, and I should feel a bit vindicated, but I certainly don't feel happy at all. I'm disappointed in the report, but for goodness sake, everybody said it. What is going to be achieved? If you can't get figures, you can't get figures. And those people responsible have flown the coop, so let's just move on.
Thank you. Councillor Brendan.
A question to Mr. Mitch. Can we rely on the figures?
In regards to the 2023 annual report, I think Brendan's summary covers that adequately, and that is why we are intending to issue a disclaimer opinion.
Right. So the second,
in regards to FY23.
The second question and the last one is, do you know of any other council that has adopted an annual return such as this with a disclaimer?
I can't recall one myself. I'm not saying that there hasn't been, but I haven't witnessed that in recent memory.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Okay, with the motion has been moved. 1 through 5.
Discussion on that? Or...
I thought we just had.
I thought we just had it.
Okay.
I see great risk in voting to adopt it. Some say there's a risk in not. If I was the Minister of Local Government, I'd sack a council that had councillors that voted on an unreliable document. The ratepayers have paid for this. There's disquiet in the community. There are rumours in the community that something untoward certainly did happen, and some of those people have been employees of council. So to me, the risk is we're committing Harry-Carry, because we could have a Minister of Local Government says those people are irresponsible, because we have a responsibility to see the figures are presented. Okay, so there's a difficulty that people have not presented them. They did in the years before. Then there's a period of time when they didn't. It's easy to get a disclaimer to avoid an adverse opinion. You just don't provide any figures. Then it becomes a disclaimer, which isn't quite so bad. So I'll be voting against it because the public won't change. I don't want to set a precedent, because what do we do with next year's one if it gets the same thing? If we adopt a annual return with a disclaimer and you have another year and another year, do we adopt that as well? I don't think we should. I think if we adopt it, we have an abdication of our responsibility. So I came here today to listen, to see if there's some good reasons not to vote for this resolution, and I've heard none. Moving on isn't good enough, because what you're saying is, let's sweep it under the rug so we don't see it, move on. Then your report for us carries a disclaimer of audit. It's not a minor qualification. The auditor's been unable to find reliable information within it to determine if the accounts can be relied upon. So it's unreliable. I'd like to go back to Simon's advice of a month ago when councillors were asking for a copy of the unaudited reports, and he said, they're no use to you until they are audited. Adopting the annual report is council's form of assurance to the public that the document's trustworthy. A disclaimer says we cannot give that assurance. To adopt it anyway would be misleading to our ratepayers, so I'll be voting against it.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Barry and then Councillor Hawes.
Adopting a report with a disclaimer is not sweeping it under the carpet. It is a report with a disclaimer. And we are all upfront about that. And from what Stuart and Brendan said, that we are looking at 23 and 24 with qualifications. I think that's kind of what you intimated, that it's not, won't be with a disclaimer. And they have also stated that our staff have been working really hard with them to make sure that the processes going forward are appropriate and they give councillors the confidence they need. If we don't do this, we do not move forward. We are adopting a report with a disclaimer. That is it. We know the processes were not great. In fact, they were pretty poor. We also know that things have improved. So I will be voting to
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Hawes.
Yeah, as the mover, I'd like to take the final chance to have a word on this. I can quite understand why the angst lies out there, and I can quite understand Councillor Reynolds being reluctant, but the reason I moved this is because there are huge financial implications to the district, potentially, that can arise out of this. And the district and the ratepayers need to be clear that this decision is in their benefit. This decision is not against them. This decision is favourable to them. Because if we lose our ability to stay within the local government funding agency, we run the risk of a $32 million bill arriving on the post tomorrow. And that $32 million bill means we have to borrow money elsewhere, and we'll have no option to borrow money elsewhere. We will end up being bankrupt, and you guys will be out of a job around this table, and that will be the end of the story. So there are implications here that have wider implications for ratepayers, huge implications for ratepayers, and the reason we need to adopt this and move on is so that we work with their best interests in mind. We don't do these things lightly. We don't do these things to grandstand. We do these things because they're necessary. And sometimes people have to stand up and make those decisions that are hard. They've done them with coming in with an open mind and taking on the information available, and they're doing them in the best interest of the district. That's why I moved this motion, and that's why I'll be voting for it.
Thank you, Councillor. Okay, so I think we've had plenty of discussion on all of that. The motions on the table, 1 through 5. I'm going to call a vote. All those in favour? Those against? Colin?
Why are we not running these through 1 through 5? I mean, what you're suggesting to me is that when I vote against, then I'm not prepared to receive the 22-23 annual report. Well, I have received it.
Okay, my understanding with the motion.
What I'm trying to say is that I'm not adopting it, which is number 2. So what you're suggesting to me is that 1 through 5.
Yeah, let me clarify.
May I have one individual, please?
Okay, thank you. Let me just clarify that. The motion that was put on the table, Caitlin, can you bring that up to Dave?
It was 1 through 5.
It was 1 through 5. Councillor Reedy.
Yes.
Point of order.
Yes, Councillor.
It would have been helpful if Councillor Reedy had asked for the motions to be voted on separately, and I believe that can still happen. I'm sure that Councillor Hawes will still maintain his seconding as moving of the 5 motion, and I will maintain my seconding of the 5 motion.
Correct. And I believe that it should have been that that we that 1 through 2, 4, and 5 were 1, 3, 4, and 5, and 2 was about received today's information.
Oh, Councillor, can I ask you to summarise it again? Put the motion.
Well, yes, he's quite right. Councillor Reedy is quite right. The report says adopt the annual report for the year ending 30th of June. For instance, 22-23, not. I'm sorry, it is 23. So we're just repeating it.
Okay, so where does that leave us?
Well, we're right.
1 through 5.
Yeah.
What's that? Sorry,
Okay, just repeat what I said. If I believe, and under our standing orders, that if any councillor requests for a motion to be voted on section by section, then that shall be the case. So I believe, Mr. Mayor, that you just have to call for a vote on each of the motions.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we'll do that. Thank you, Councillor Reedy. Okay, so we'll call for a vote on the draft recommendation 1 receives the 2022-23 annual report and the 2022-23 annual report summary. Moved by Councillor Hawes, seconded Councillor Sampson. Kuha, sorry. Is there any more discussion? All those in favour? Against? That's unanimous, thank you. Move on to number 2. Adopts the annual report for the year. Okay. Adopts the annual report for the year ending 30th of June 2023. Moved by Dave Hawes.
Yeah, that's seconded.
Seconded, okay.
Okay.
So we take a vote. All those in favour? Against? Thank you.
Sorry, that was name recorded. Sorry.
Yeah, thank you, Colin. Okay, number 3 notes the net surplus for the year. For the those that do me for me. Notes the net surplus for the year is $3.79 million. It's been moved, seconded. All those in favour?
Discussion, please.
Okay. Yes, Colin.
In terms of number 3, note the net surplus for the year is 3.79. I would like to see that actually say notes the net surplus for the year is reported as 3.79, because we know that there are a number of issues in terms of whether or not OPEX has been included in the balance sheet. So it's only an estimate. That number has not been proven, and I'd like to see it as reported as, or recorded as, rather than is 3.79.
Councillor Hawes. Okay, we're happy to accept that. No more discussion.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Colin.
We take a vote. All those in favour? Those against? Okay, thank you. That was unanimous. Number 4, receives and notes the auditor's report on the annual report. Okay, that's been moved by Dave Hawes, seconded by Councillor Kuha. Is there any discussion? Debate? All those in favour? Those against? Thank you, that's unanimous. And number 5, authorises the Chief Executive Officer to make any necessary minor amendments and corrections to the annual report that may occur prior to publication. That's been moved by Councillor Hawes, seconded by Councillor Kuha. Is there any discussion? Councillor Reedy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It could be my eyesight, but normally in an annual report, one sees contents. I don't see a contents page in this annual report. That's not a minor amendment. That's quite a major amendment. So is my eyesight poor, or am I correct? No contents page.
I'm sure we can do that.
No, I'm sure you can do it, but
I don't think it's a major change, Councillor. We can do that with a minor amendment.
Well, I disagree, but never mind.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Okay, is there any more discussion, debate? Okay, all those in favour? Those against? Were you in favour or against, Colin?
My hand went up in favour.
In favour. Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Paul? Abstain. Okay, thank you, everyone. That was item. Let's just make sure we know where we are, Simon. So that was 5.8. We're now going on to 5.9. Okay, 5.9 being the update on the 23-24 annual report. Mr. Salmon.
Kia ora, councillors, and thank you to Brenda and Stuart for joining us online. Yeah, the purpose of this paper is for Stuart at EY to give us an update on how the 23-24 audit is progressing. Now, obviously, previously we had said that we would be looking to adopt the 23-24 in this council meeting this afternoon. So apologies that that's not been the case and we won't be able to meet that. However, as I said earlier on at the briefing session, we are looking to put an extraordinary council meeting in the 11th of February, noting that the Chief Executive and the Mayor have still to approve those dates. Following that, Stuart has provided us with an audit plan for 24-25. Which we do need to have adopted by March, or we will be adopting in March, as we have outlined previously to you as elected members. So happy to take any questions on it, but I will pass over to Stuart to give the update he was going to provide this afternoon.
Okay, thank you. We've got a question first from Councillor Reedy. Is that for Mr. Salmon?
No, the question will be for Stuart Much, please, if I can.
Thank you. Todd?
Yes, Stuart. Hey, thanks, buddy, for that. Just on your page, on your where we're at for the 23-24, your page 3 on your report, 593 in the agenda. On the right-hand side, we've got current year audit differences. And it says on here, we have identified a number of, full stop. Just wondering what you've identified, please.
Look, apologies if that is a typo, and I've spotted that, so I acknowledge that. So we have, we are undertaking our audit at the present time in regards to the 30th of June 2024. We have found a number of audit differences, and we are working with management to correct those as we go. They're across a range of different areas, and in some instances, the reconciliation of balance sheet positions do need tidying up in regards to the 30th of June 24, and so management are considering those and making those amendments as we identify them, with the general course of action of basically trying to get the 30th of June 24 balance sheet to as good a position as possible prior to your adoption of that annual report. So under the areas that there are a number of areas, we've provided feedback on the whole annual report, on the first version of the whole annual report, and management have taken much of that into consideration, but it wasn't quite at the state where we wanted to put to reach a conclusion today.
One more, please, if I may.
Yes.
I think one more, if I please. Stuart, your page 12, agenda page 602. At the bottom, it says, based on our inquiries and audit procedures, we did not become aware of any fraud or illegal acts during our audit. That's how matter was addressed. So that's your page 12. Were you, are we on the same page?
I believe we're on the same page, yes.
Okay. Now, were you provided with the PwC internal audit report that was produced April 2025? That particular report, internal audit report, was based on January 24 through to, I think from memory, November 24. So it covers the last 6 months of the 23-24 audit. So have you been provided with that PwC internal audit report?
I am not in a position to be. I have not received that yet. We have not completed our audit.
Okay, so if I might add, then PwC picked up a number of issues, especially in terms of some vendor bank accounts being altered and then being altered back to the original. Now, normally that would signal some issues for me as a former accountant. So I just want to flag that with you, that maybe that particular comment there may have to be reviewed, please, because
Yep.
Thank you, Stuart.
We will obtain and consider that report. Thank you, councillor.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Stuart.
Thanks, councillor. Okay, are there any further questions? Councillor Hingston?
Yeah, when do you think we'll be able to see the report in its full context with a qualified statement by yourself? It's got here expected January, early February. Are we still tracking for that?
The meeting that John mentioned in regards to early to mid-February does not sound unreasonable. The opinion will need to be worked through with the Office of the Auditor General. So whenever there is a qualification or any form of modification to the audit report, we need to consult with the Office of the Auditor General to do that. And I will endeavour to do that during January while our work is being finalised on other elements of the annual report.
Thank you. Okay, so are there any further questions? Okay, the motion that the update of the 23-24 annual plan report audit be received, and that we'll do them one at a time. That the update of the 23-24 annual report audit be received. Okay, a motion moved by Councillor O'Keefe, second by Councillor Barry. Is there any further discussion? All those in favour? Those against? That's unanimous, thank you. And number 2, that the audit plan for year end for the EY for the 24-25 annual report be received. Councillor O'Keefe, Councillor Hingston, is there any discussion? Councillor Barry.
I just want to emphasise the fact with Brendan and Stuart that the community interest around these audits is huge, and the need for us to get them in a timely manner, particularly the 24-25, like it is essential we get it. We need the trust of the community going forward, and so just want to put a bit of pressure on you.
And that's from the Deputy Mayor. Okay, Councillor Hingston.
Yeah, just a second. I just wanted to ask a question that and to confirm that in the audit plan from you for 24-25, you will be looking at the errors of 22-23, 23-24 and making some sort of comment as to the progress that we've gone to remedying them, or giving us an outline explanation of how we're tracking and progressing from previously substandard audit results.
We are collating a range of what we would call report to management points in regards to our current FY24 audit. We will gather those up. We wouldn't normally do audits kind of almost simultaneously, but it will actually put us in a position as we complete the 25 audit in February and March to be able to compare and contrast. So I will utilise our reporting on the hopefully we will complete that by 31 March 2025 in regards to FY25. Sorry, by 31 March 26 in regards to FY25, and we'll be able to reflect back to members the progress we have seen when we're comparing 30th of June 25 with 30th of June 24.
Thank you. That's good. Thank you, Councillor Hingston. Okay, is there any further discussion or debate? Okay, with that, we'll put it to the vote then. All those in favour? Those against? Thank you. That's carried unanimously. Okay, that's item 5.9. We're going to move now to item 5.7.
Thank you.
The agenda we've moved around in case anybody's thinking I've lost the plot. No, we're going to 5.7. We'll come back to 5.6. Okay. Sorry. Okay. Brendan, Stuart, thank you. They've gone. Okay, I'll send them a note. Thanks, Shane. Okay, agenda item 5.7. Thank you, Mr. Salmon and Leslie for that, and Simon. Item 5.7 is the Orowaiti Cultural Display Report, and we have Jess back at the table. Over to you, Jess.
Hi. So this is an information paper. We discovered when I first started, we discovered that there had been a historical commitment as part of the water trunk main project to install, at the time it was a pōwhenua on Stevens Road to signify the intrinsic value of fresh water to Māori. A deed of gift was paid paid from council to Ngāti Waewae for $20,000 for the carving of the artwork, and it has been finished. So this is to just get you up to date with what has happened in the past, what's been agreed on and decided on in the past. What we do need to do now, though, is progress this and honour the commitment. And to do that, we would like to tie into the stop banks again. And it turns out that it's not a pōwhenua, it's fishing baskets. And so we thought the Orowaiti stop bank was a very good opportunity, once it's constructed, to put this artwork on there in a reasonable location that's actually visible to the public. To do that, it's a very rough order of costs again. I've provided at around about $70,000. So yeah, there's no decision specifically that we've requested, but I want to inform you so that once we actually install this, an unveiling is not a surprise as well.
Okay, thank you. We'll take some questions. Colin, listen to me. Councillor Reading.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Page 361. So what I'm hearing, please, Jess, is 72,000 is the all-up cost?
That would be the cost from effectively now to completion. There has been $20,000 of cost to date, with a deed of gift between council paying Ngāti Waewae for the carving, which I haven't included in that amount.
Correct. So we're looking at 72,000. Now, how much of that? Why do we need a project manager for such a small task? And how much is the project management of that 72,000, please?
From memory, the project management was about $10,000, and for this, I realise that it might appear to be a small task, but trying to coordinate it in between the unveiling ceremony itself and the organising of that, logistics around installation and getting design details incorporated into regional council stop banks does take a little bit of time, and so that would be the bulk of the project management in this case.
So what I'm hearing is 50,000 then for the timber platform and baskets and that. 50,000.
And also interpretation signs to tell the story.
B and C.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, thanks, through Mr. Mayor. Look, similarly to Councillor Reedy's questions, if we have a figure of 72, you must have a really good idea of you've said management, timber. I'd like to know the numbers exactly that you've calculated for these various aspects of the project. You must have that available.
Yep, absolutely. I can send those through.
Send them through?
Yep, I don't have them on me right now, but I do have them available.
Okay. Councillor?
Yeah, and one further question. You're identifying that the funding's available because of an underspend. Had this project not proceeded, what would happen to that underspend?
There's a paper around the Waimangaroa water supply for RAC that talks to that, and at the moment what we had gone to RAC with towards the end of the end of this year recently, was that when there's an underspend, the money stays in the activity class, so in this case drinking water for Westport, with the intent to then offset future rates. That needed more clarification through RAC, so I think that would be best placed to be handled, respond through that paper.
So some follow-up question then, if this wasn't to proceed, there would be a positive impact on future rates for our community?
In reality, I mean, technically yes, but given that this is a loan from the project, it's not the 0.25% of rates that you might be thinking about. It's the impact on that over multi-years, which is the funding for the water supply project. So the actual impact on rates is, to use a technical word, minuscule.
Thank you. Councillor Sampson.
I heard the words Waimangaro and water, which rings alarm bells, because we're still waiting for a report. There's no possible way that that's coming out of the Waimangaro water, is it? Because they have been rated specifically, I say overrated.
The report that we've been asked to develop in more detail does talk to how to handle the underspends in these projects in general.
This is funded from the trunk main projects entirely. Yes. Yeah, it's just we're doing that work.
Water and that's when alarm bells ring.
Jess is doing the work on that other project, which will explain how an underspend is dealt with. And we'll get that at the next round.
That's the intention.
Yeah.
March.
Thank you, Anthony. Rosalie. Councillor O'Keefe.
I'm happy to move draft recommendation 1 that the Orowaiti cultural display report dated 17th of December be received.
Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Barry. Is there any further discussion? All those in favour? Those against? Collins. Okay, thank you, Councillor Reedy. And that's unanimous. Thank you. Oh, sorry?
4.
4. Oh, we'll do it again.
No, it's right, it's everybody.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. We're going to go to item 5.6 on the agenda now. Okay, item 5.6 is the Resilient Westport Adaptation Fund by Penny Picton. Over to you, Penny. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just briefly, this paper is to advise Council of the decision that has been made by the Resilient Westport Steering Group and DIA to reallocate $2 million worth of adaptation funding from BDC to the Regional Council. When DIA allocated the original funding in September 2023, there wasn't really much discussion between the two councils, and the 2 million was put into BDC pot, but it wasn't drawn down at that point, whereas other funding that BDC had was actually drawn down. Over the last 2 years, we've had many discussions on criteria around that adaptation fund. It's basically for properties that are outside the wall and still at risk from flooding and may require mitigation measures to protect them. We looked in depth at what's happened in Tairafiti and Auckland and the mitigations that were put around property up there. Obviously, there's very different criteria up there because they actually categorised properties, whereas that didn't happen in the Westport floods. There was a lot of administration around all of those funding avenues and a lot of complexities around them. And given that Regional Council had several discussions with most of those householders, it was decided that it would be better to reallocate that funding and put it with Regional Council to have those engineering discussions with property owners around what those mitigation solutions would be. So it was agreed that Regional Council would look at those properties, and obviously we won't know the full extent until we have the final wall designs. Once we have those final designs, we know exactly which properties that we need to further protect. A paper will be taken to Regional Council to discuss how that 2 million is then divvied up. So really, there's no decision to be made. It's just to advise that that funding is moving, and BDC won't have the issues of the administration of that funding, which is actually a positive for you.
Thank you, Penny. Any questions? No question? Okay, well, I'll put it to the table then, that the Resilient Westport Adaptation Fund report dated 17th December 2025 be received. Okay, moved by Councillor Hingston, seconded by Councillor Reynolds, or Councillor, I'm not sure who got that one. Okay, any further discussion? All those in favour? Okay, any against? Okay, that's carried. Thank you. Thank you, Penny.
Thank you.
Okay, now we're going to, according to my run list here, we're going to 6.1. Where are we, Catherine? Okay, 6.1, Mayor's Correspondence. I'm sure you all read it. Okay, the recommendation of the Mayor's Correspondence report dated 17th December 2025 be received. Councillor Rutherford.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Extremely disappointed. The actual headline for this is the Mayor's report. I don't believe this is a Mayor's report at all. It's a very brief summary of some correspondence you've had. I'm extremely disappointed that we're not seeing a report from you in here. You've been in the role now for 60 odd days. The tradition is that you do report back to this table on activities undertaken. Give us a bit of an insight. I know this morning we talked a little bit about mayors and chairs stuff. Traditionally, the mayor would report back about those discussions and give us a bit of an insight to what's happening, so we know what's going on in our world, and give us the ability to ask questions about it. That's not happening here today.
Thank you, Councillor, for that feedback. And there has been a lot going on recently, as you're aware. The briefing this morning was designed and presented by Simon to brief you on some important and critical things that have been happening. And I thank Simon and staff for pulling that together. I can assure you from next month onwards, there will be a report, and I'll endeavour to provide feedback from the likes of mayors, chairs, and the iwis and other things I attend in a different fashion that might have been the case with the last council, and that will start next month. Councillor Webb.
Just following on from that question, so the information that was shared in the briefing, that obviously was public excluded, is that going to be made public? Because like Councillor Rutherford said, usually it would go in a public agenda, so then the public can see. So you've said you've shared information in a briefing that was public excluded. So that was my kind of question earlier on, like the difference between a briefing and a workshop. If you're discussing things that are agenda items, surely that's a workshop and should be open to the public.
Well, that's a fair question.
So these aren't agenda items currently. It's just really briefing on MCI to bring council up to speed as part of the induction process. But there is a process around a public workshop which we'll do in the new year, which fell out of that discussion this morning. But it was really part of that induction process for the new council around MCI and how that works and what's currently being discussed.
So in terms of what the mayor's just saying, that he discussed it in the briefing instead of putting it in his report, are you going to put it in the next report what you discussed today?
We can do that. I'm still becoming familiar with how mayors, chairs and iwi are working. I'll take some advice on that. But I can assure everybody around the table and who are watching online, there's nothing being hidden. It will be transparent, and what was reported back today was a briefing really to say, well, there's a whole lot of stuff going on. Here are the headlines. We're trying to get ourselves organised, and we'll start pulling that all together. Councillor Hingston.
I have a few questions. There's no question. There's all the correspondence.
Button, Dave.
Sorry.
All the correspondence that's coming, this is the first time I've seen it and had any sort of discussion. I mean, did you consider to involve us in some of these things. With the office of the mayor, I know it's addressed to you, but they really sort of sit with the council as well for discussion. It's the first time I've seen it, like updating local war memorials to recognise contemporary NZDF service. Did you respond to that? And did you think maybe to ask some of us about how we feel about it?
My response to that is that I'm always thinking about how I can get you guys more and more involved. Now we've got a structure in place and we can move on. You can be assured that where there's something that we can put out there, not necessarily me, but the staff, to get you guys involved in. That's what this is all about, as far as I'm concerned. Councillor O'Keefe, you had a comment?
No.
If I can give you an example, Councillor Hingston, emergency management, etc., which you're going to be, in a new appointment, lending a hand with. When I get something on that, I put that out to you. Likewise with TTPP, the other day, something came in, I put that through to Councillor Rutherford, and we're trying to actually get an efficient and a streamlined system where we can distribute this stuff, depending on what area you're working in.
Yeah, because I know there was also one from a minister inviting some discussion on advancing of business and council's involvement in empowering businesses and letting them go forward. And that's the first time I saw that. There's an invite to yourself, but also some of us who might be representing businesses and or council.
Oh, entirely correct. And now we've got the structure in place. We've got a group within there that'll be focusing on that sort of thing. We can start bringing all of that stuff to your attention. I can assure that as far as that's concerned, I certainly haven't progressed anything. I'm sure that Paul Zanin was probably made aware of that when it came in. He's been doing a lot of work over the last few weeks on some of the things that we've looked at. But I take that on board, Councillor, and Councillor Rutherford too. Are there any other comments?
I'd like to move it on. With respect, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to move a motion that we don't accept this Mayor's report. I find the Mayor's report not fit for purpose. It's not a report. There's not one there for a start. And the correspondence is filled with, I believe, errors of judgment in discussing the items with us. And also, I'm looking for indications that you had discussions with ministers. So I put a motion forward that this report not be accepted, as I believe we owe it to ourselves as a council and the public at large to be better informed. And I don't believe this Mayor's report is fit for purpose.
Do we have a seconder? We have no seconder. Councillor Curnow.
I was going to second this motion, Mr. Mayor, but I accept your assurance that there will be a full report in future. And I would like to see some rationale from you as to how you're going to handle correspondence, both inwards and outwards, in terms of the way that it's communicated to us as councillors.
I'm quite happy to do that. Okay, so where are we heading with this?
Well, if I don't have a seconder, then I don't have a seconder.
Okay. Councillor O'Keefe, that motion's lost. Councillor O'Keefe? That's not?
Lost.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, Ray, can you just repeat what you said then?
I said the motion wasn't lost because it wasn't voted on.
So
the motion,
thank you.
The motion was never voted on because
Okay,
it didn't have a seconder. Therefore, it wasn't lost.
Thank you very much for that clarification. Okay, Councillor O'Keefe.
I don't second that, sorry.
All right, I'm by myself.
Okay, thank you.
I'll move the Mayor's correspondence be accepted. it's after all just accepting that's the correspondence.
Yeah.
I'm happy to do that.
Thank you. Okay, councillor Sampson seconded. Any further discussion?
Yeah, I got some discussion.
Mhm.
Okay, if we're going with this, and this is said with all due respect, Mr. Mayor, you need to do better by the council in your communications with the stakeholder and with the news media and with us. I feel like I've been kept in the dark about a lot of these things, and then I pick up snippets of information coming from various one-on-one meetings, and I see emails isolating councillors and saying that they shouldn't be speaking on certain issues that they're not qualified to speak on. And I just think that is the wrong approach to take. And this is my earnest counsel. This is not meant to overly criticise you, but I believe you need to do a lot better in the communication strategy, particularly with the media, but also with us. And I take you at your word when you said you'll do better with more mayor's reports, but I'd leave it at that. But that's my reason for wanting to have this discussion, that we seem to be having a discussion behind closed doors, but we're not taping it in an open session.
Well, thank you for that, councillor. I disagree. Councillor Sampson.
Just to put your mind at rest a little bit, Councillor Hingston, over the years, we have not had any reports from the mayor, and that has been probably in the last 10, 15 years that has happened, which is good. And I think we do have to take on board that our mayor is new, coming up to speed, he acknowledges it, and has said that it's going to be better. But over the years, it has not been as good. And I think we have to give a little bit of leeway for people getting up to speed. So I am sure that we're going to end up with the council that we've got now wanting what we want, and we'll get it. Yeah.
Thank you, councillor. And might I say, I appreciate the feedback, and like with everything that I could have consulted you with around the table, I am confident that I have to date. That doesn't mean everything's been perfect. There may have been some things missed, but Dave, as you know, we had a very long discussion last week on a couple of matters, and it's difficult sometimes to get around to everybody. If I was in my own job, I'd be sending out many more emails and have you all on conference calls, but I'm aware that you've all got lives as well. So I'm trying to, work within a system, not overload you. But I take what you say on board. Thank you, Rosalie, for that feedback too. Councillor Webb.
I just want to dispute what Councillor Sampson just said, that we haven't had any mayor's report. We've had in the last 3 years that I've been on council, we've always had a mayor's report, Mayor Klein, and the way he worked his correspondence is that it was inwards correspondence. We chatted about how we were, how he as our representative was going to respond. If it needed more timely response, he would have emailed that when it came in, knowing that it was going to be, a few weeks away from the agenda. So I really dispute that we haven't had a mayor's report. In Jamie's or Mr. Klein's defence, that I felt like he did quite a good job updating with us. They were quite comprehensive. He talked about stakeholder meetings that he did. He even for a tight period of time used the Westport News to have a mayor's column each week updating the public. So yeah, I just wanted to correct Councillor Sampson, and that's not quite correct what you said.
Thank you, Councillor Webb. I recall the mayor's column in the Messenger rather than the Westport News, but Councillor Sampson.
Sorry, you misinterpreted me. I said in the last 15 years or so, we've had it. Prior to that, we didn't, and you're exactly, 100% right. But yeah, at one stage we didn't, and it probably was 15 years ago that it started coming in. And I could probably name the time, but I don't think it's appropriate.
Councillor Barry.
Just conscious of there is a lot of stuff happening at the moment, and you have been in multiple meetings around different things, but they are all important things. And even the briefing this morning, we have some councillors that weren't able to make it, and so that information probably does need to be transferred into a MES report. We've already talked about this, and you've said that yes, you will do it going forward. But I just think it is really important to also note that there are meetings that go on outside of this meeting, and when it's something that needs to go out to full council, then it needs to go out to full council. But often we don't get it until we're back here around the table, and so it is through probably the Mayor's report and the CE's report we get that information, the opportunity to discuss it. If it needs more timely attention, then I would expect that something gets sent out earlier. Yes.
Sure.
Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Kerno.
It's just clarify something really, that the Mayor's report is not just a report to councillors, it's a report to the whole community. And I think it's just worth reminding you that you are accountable to the whole community. You've been elected, and that people do expect to have some knowledge of your activities as mayor, maybe your opinions on various matters. So I would urge you to communicate through the council, but also to review your the communications that you have with the news media.
I've been trying to communicate with the news media, and I'll continue. There is an open offer on the table for the Westport News editor to come and talk to me about how we might do things better. I've been trying to do that since the middle of the campaign, and I'll keep on trying to do that. But what I will say, Councillor Kerno, is that really it's my prerogative whether I'm prepared to actually put my opinion out there or not. As mayor, certainly I'm there to report what council is doing, what decisions have been made, what information we've got available. When it comes to my personal opinion, I'm under no obligation to make that public. In other words, it's not my job to speak for, in my opinion, decisions that council may or may not make. Councillor O'Keefe.
There's been quite a lot of discussion about this. Can we vote? Is everyone?
Yeah, sure. Okay. Thank you, Councillor O'Keefe. Okay. With that having said, we'll take a vote. All those in favour? Those against?
Abstention.
Thank you, Councillor. Okay, now where are we at? Give my breath here. CEO's report. Thank you, Councillor Hawes. Mr. Pickford.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm happy to talk to any of the points in the report. There's quite a comprehensive update on the regulatory function from Simon Bastian, including an update that you'll see about the TTP appeals, which Simon can address if there's any questions around that as well. So yeah, happy to take questions.
Thank you. Any questions? Councillor Webb?
Just in terms of the RMA reforms of that, is it, being a new elected council, is the council going to train, get people to train as commissioners, or what's our stance on that, given that we don't know the reforms yet, but given that it could be a 3.5 year transition period, what's the go on that?
It's always good that councillors have a good understanding of the RMA. Obviously that change is coming is going to be quite comprehensive. So I would support any councillor that is interested in gaining more knowledge around the RMA. If there's more commissioners, we have a reasonable suite of commissioners we can call on. So we're not actively hunting new ones, but I do suggest that, particularly when you're talking about TTP representatives or any supporting councillors that are in that space, RMA commissioner training or qualifications is actually a massive benefit. And particularly if you look at the future of a unitary council under the a huge asset when you are talking about regional council program of work as well. So yes, I would support further conversations around that.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Look, thanks, Simon, for a pretty comprehensive report here. A question in regard to the outreach days. I don't want to get into a debate this evening about the value of them, but I note that looking ahead, a review of the structural frequency and purpose will be undertaken early 26. Who's going to undertake that review?
Thank you for your question through the chair. So our customer experience manager who's been doing the days, so she's reviewing that with our engagement manager, which will go to Simon and myself for some feedback. We have had feedback from some of the councillors that do attend those days and other councillors throughout the year prior to this training. So it will be refreshed and also reviewed as to whether or not that's something that we want to continue with. However, although the numbers have been fairly low, those that do come are very grateful for the opportunity and find huge benefit within it.
Thank you, Councillor Barry.
Mine was actually just a follow-on question from the RMA training. It would be good to get some information about it, like the time involved and what would be required for people wanting to do it.
Yes, there is a designated course called Making Good Decisions. There's quite an in-depth amount of work that does go into that, obviously, that you have to qualify for. Great news is our planning manager, Chris, has just passed to Making Good Decisions, so she's actually qualified now as well. But once again, I will supply that information to all councillors so they can see what actually is required. There's quite a cost to that as well. It's not a cheap course. And it is quite a reasonable time commitment.
Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Reedy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through the chair for Simon Bastion, please, if I may. Page 640 of the agenda, we're talking about SharePoint migration. And decisions have to be made to what does destroy, archive, and so on and so forth. Now, a little while ago, we had an archivist working at BDC. Is the archivist still working at BDC?
I don't know about the title, but we have an information manager. We have one role within BDC that does that work, and that is her role, part of her role. But she's also leading the SharePoint migration project as well.
Thank you.
Okay, then. Next point is, next question, information technology. When did that become part of regulatory?
That's a good question. I've actually volunteered to support that group while the finance team focus on other activities.
Okay, thank you. And just one very, very minor point on page, apologies, page 633, right at the end, internal regulatory business, about the DLC committee members and the training, first quarter 2026, very minor, but when one reads through a document, these little things are picked up.
Thank you, Councillor.
If you look at the page, it says first quarter 2025. It should say 2026.
Acknowledged. Sorry.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Hingston.
Yeah, I just have a very good question.
Button, please, Dave.
Yeah. Sorry, I keep doing that. My bad. And this is one specific question, but it's a sort of for general information. Here under the building and construction centre sector, there's speeds up construction of new homes by reducing numbers of inspections, blah, blah, blah. And I've just got a question about, have we done any sort of so what analysis? For instance, I would have thought that would have translated into lower permitting and inspection costs for developers and builders, which is one of the things we're trying to encourage, more builders and development. Do we do a so what analysis on these things to see how they might impact on us?
So the so what analysis is pretty well part of when we set the annual fees and charges every year. So once they're set, they're locked in for the annual plan. We spent a lot of time last year calibrating fees and charges to ensure we have some consistency, particularly across the West Coast, so that one set of developers that are in just out of Punakaiki pay the same as they're going across the river bridge to Greymouth. So those sort of things have done a lot of work in that space. There's still some changes where we're proposing the next annual plan, which is a calibration again to make sure we are doing the right thing in terms of business. As part of the IONS audit, which has just been completed, we do a strategic review of building as well. So that picks up any future anomalies or future forecasting that we predict what's coming in the future. It's fair to say we're in a low spot at the moment. There's not a lot of activity, but we know there's a lot of developments occurring in the 2026 period, particularly in Reefton.
Thanks, and thank you, I think, for a good report too.
Okay, who have we got? Tony O'Keefe, Councillor O'Keefe.
I move that the Chief Executive's report has been received.
Councillor O'Keefe, seconded by Councillor Rutherford. Okay, Councillor Barry.
Oh, sorry. Just back on page 640, just want to make note of the variance from the digital workplace project, that it's got 9785. I think there's a missing digit off the end. It should be 97858, just a small error, but if it's carried forward, I'd like it carried forward correctly, that's all.
Yeah, noted again, sorry.
Councillor Halls, did you have a question? No. Okay, is there any further discussion, questions? Okay, we'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Those against? Thank you. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. That brings the agenda to an end. We're now going to move into the public excluded section. Oh, sorry.
Public forum.
Oh, sorry. Yep. Okay. Where have we got that? Okay. Thank you, Councillor Webb. Okay, so we had Mr. Smith, Kevin Smith, come and talk to us about Lagoima and issues that he feels he has had over the last 12 months. I might ask Simon in the first instance if he's got any comment to that.
Well, just a minute. So I think Kevin said he'd made a Lagoima request through a third-party process, which I couldn't quite understand, because we've had no Lagoimas from Kevin since February. So I will follow up with Kevin. So that could be the action if you wish, because it doesn't look like it's been treated. He did say he hadn't had a response from our Lagoima, which is telling, because it's an automated system. It is, yeah, at the front end. So, but I can, if you wish, I can say that staff will follow up with Kevin to ensure that we capture that Lagoima that's gone missing.
If you can do that and let me know, that'd be great.
Yeah, I'll let you know.
From the other councillors.
Well, just a question about Kevin and this request. I just wonder sometimes whether there's members of the public, and Kevin might be an example, where they're seeking information. Is it possible for that information to be provided without going through the Lagoima process? I mean, I'm not sure of how this works, but a member of the public contacts the CEO, Simon, for example, and says, "Oh, I'd like to know about such and such." Does it have to be a Lagoima process? What triggers a Lagoima process?
Well, technically, anything can be a Lagoima through any form, but normally, knowing Kevin's questions are usually quite involved, and they require financial.
So it's to do with the complexity of the questions.
Well, if I bumped into him on the street and he said, "Tell me when this consultation ends," and I could tell him, it wouldn't be a Lagoima. But if he says to me, "Can you give me the financials and a breakdown how that's being spent?" then I'll treat that as a Lagoima. So it is partly, yeah, it is a function of the complexity. And also sometimes you just need to go through the information and redact things which could breach privacy and so on. But we do post Lagoimas on our website as well. Sometimes we're a bit delayed, but any Lagoima request which has, and they will be redacted in terms of who's made the request, but that is public information as well.
Thanks. Thank you. Councillor Berry.
I think too, like in this case, it was around the dredge dumping in the river, and so quite often it's going to have to go back to staff for the correct information. And so it probably, with questions like that, they probably do need to go through some process. If it's not through a request, then it obviously has to be a Lagoima, I guess.
The best way is through that Lagoima email, because there's an automatic acknowledgement. It goes into the system, it's logged, and then gets allocated by the person responsible.
Councillor Webb.
Just a question on that. I know that there was a letter to the editor kind of request, and then back and forward with that. So can you just clarify, if someone does write a letter to the editor requesting information, and it's passed on to council, is that not treated as a Lagoima?
So the way Lagoima works, it has to be made to the agency. So unless we don't do Lagoimas through a third party. So we would, if there's a request for information from the public, it has to come through to the agency, being us, not through the paper. So unless that person contacts us separately.
So in terms of this website, FYI, I can see, just doing a quick search, that obviously people have made requests through FYI and they have been treated as Lagoima.
I'm vaguely familiar with FYI, but it's not. It's interesting. I don't know. I don't know on the specifics.
Yeah, because it says like here, for instance, there's things from the 3rd of April this year that obviously have been requested through here and then answered. Yeah. So that's a third party.
That's nothing to do with us. So FYI must be some third party process. But as I say, the cleanest way and the safest way would be directly through us, not through the paper, not through FYI. Okay. And if someone chooses to receive that information and then puts it on FYI, they could do that. I presume you could upload your own.
I think it's through here, and then there's a response from Kirsten McKee. Yeah, but anyway, something to look into, because obviously that's a third party that the council's responded to.
It is obviously not integrating with us for whatever reason, and I would say the problem is probably at their end rather than us, because as soon as something comes to Lagoima, it's automatically logged, and I get we review weekly what's come through.
Good, thank you. Councillor Keith.
If discussion is all finished, I move that we move out of public into publicly excluded. I'd have to do that first. Have to move the public forum response. Okay, I move that. No.
Okay.
I'll move on from the public forum response. We just go from the
Okay, but thanks, Councillor Keith. Unless there's any more discussion, I think we move on. Okay. Okay, so we're now planning to move into the public be excluded from the following parts of the proceedings of this meeting. Agenda item: Regional Maritime Safety Program, Procurement Exemption, Westfleet Services Limited, Procurement Exemption, IAF, and the reasons for confidentiality subject to, thank you, waste services tender evaluation. Councillor Reedy.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not sure if my clock's correct, but have we been going for another 2 hours?
Sorry, I'm just
since the previous break. Have we been going for another 2 hours?
Yeah, probably. Caitlin?
Yes, we have.
Thank you for reminding us, Councillor Reedy. So we'll adjourn for let's just Councillor Reedy.
And one other as well, please. I know it's a bit longer to go, but remember, meeting duration cannot go for more than 6 hours without agreement. So that's 4.2 standing orders. So you might want to give that some consideration as well, please.
Yes, thank you, councillor. As soon as we have finished and we're ready to move into public excluded, we'll take that break. Thank you.
Mr Mayor, I don't think that's what councillor Reid is alluding to. I
He's
believe
not.
we need to move that we extend the time of our meeting.
Oh, okay.
Pretty sure that's the case.
It's
Councillor
6
O'Keefe.
hours. We didn't start till 1:30.
Yeah.
So 7:30.
Councillor O'Keefe.
Oh, okay.
I move that we move out of public meeting into publicly excluded.
I see.
Thank you. That's seconded. Any more discussion? Thank you very much. All those in favour? Those against? Thank you, councillor Reading. And I'll call this meeting to a close. Sorry. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. I'm going to adjourn the meeting. Okay, we will take a break and we will resume.
Guys,
Councillor Curnow.
I'm sure that the meeting, the motion to exclude the public will state the reasons in the minutes, won't it?
It will,
Yeah,
and
good.
I've just stated them too.
So how long we adjourn?
Okay, we'll adjourn for 15 minutes.
6:15.
Thank you. Thanks to the public.